Okay, there we go. All right, now that I want to start, it's acting stupid. All right, hold on. Now that I wanted to start the show, the shit start acting stupid, man. Shout outs to everybody here, y'all. Good to see everybody in the building. Bronze Flat Power Guy, good to see you, bro. Shout outs to Country Boys. Shout outs to King Picks. Ed, good to see you, player. Shout outs to everybody here. If you guys are in the crowd, please drop by, say hello. Shout outs to everybody here. Got you guys covered on tonight's show. I was supposed to do a show last night, or at least this morning, but I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I was a little bit, I was tired, but I did end up doing a great show yesterday. Shout outs to Aunt T. If you guys aren't hip, the purge should still be going on. It should be almost about to, hopefully you guys have been tuned in and you could win that $500. Shit, I should have been tuned in to win that $500, but I was exhausted. You know what I'm saying? I've been running and gunning all week, and I appreciate Auntie for giving me the opportunity to be able to you know DJ on the purge. Even though certain things was kind of going wrong and stuff like that, I think it still ended up turning out to be good. So if you guys want to catch the replay, I think it should be up on this channel if YouTube hasn't already messed with it. You know what I'm saying? So definitely doing the most to bring you guys some content. So shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show on the way in. You know what I'm saying? Please hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. So much stuff to talk about, man. I've been telling you guys the importance of making it to at least Christmas and New Year's. Looks like, man, the older you get, like everything starts shifting and getting pushed. Not necessarily back, but a little bit forward. You know what I'm saying? Like, who would have known? You know, um, you know, these, these months. Who would have known? Like it just starts to get deadlier by the time you get to Christmas. You know what I'm saying? I mean, everybody knows it's kind of like robbing season and all kinds of debaucherous stuff going on. But you know, you said Purple, by the way, said Alabama John says he wants to talk to you right now. He also streams on Rumble. He says to come by. I don't know who Alabama John is. You know, I will probably look him up, but I'm in the middle of a stream. But I got you. Shout outs to Purple, by the way. It's our first time seeing you here. But yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get into the content, and then I got you, bro. I'll take a look at who that is. But anyway, so much stuff is happening, man. A couple Halloweens ago, uh, Alpo, he got shot. Effing around. You know what I'm saying? And yesterday, it is reported that Big U, his son, got shot. L.A. area drug kingpin. And his son ended up getting shot last night. Well, night before last night. Last night for y'all, but night before last night for me. On Halloween. And yeah, I don't know why people think that. I don't know, man. People choose like the worst holidays to go out and be doing shit. I mean, obviously, there's more dangerous, holidays than Halloween. Halloween ain't even a holiday, but it is technically, if you kind of put like the movies and the films and shit aside, it's technically an evil holiday. I mean, other than getting candy and shit like that, like what good is supposed to happen on Halloween? You know what I'm saying? And then, like I was saying on the show, it's like, Halloween is damn near for adults now, man. These kids be playing with iPads and shit and all kinds of other stuff. These kids ain't really going out. Like, there's like childhood is like trivial. Childhood is trivial. I mean, once you give your kid a damn cell phone, good luck. Hold on, let me get the view on this thing together. But so much stuff is going on, man. Couple of people are talking about Rhoda Osmond. We talked about her on the last show. Her actually catching a you know hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Hold on, guys. He said Alabama John wanted to talk to me. All right, went over to Alabama John's page. Hold on, guys. Let me see. Give me a second.
The key on, takes a stroll, and she gets pulled over and executes like fucking stoned in front of the entire town.
I get it, and I don't agree with that, but it's one of those things where it's all about ideals.
Okay, so it look like he's talking like politics and stuff like that, but I'll follow him and head over there some other time and see what he's talking about. All right. Yeah, it look like he's talking about like politics and stuff like that. Cool. All right. Anyway, got a lot of stuff to cover on today's show. Shout outs to Gail at night. Good to see you, man. Welcome back. I appreciate you. Welcome to the show. Yeah, I was just talking about Rhoda Osmond. I was just talking about Big U. His son was murdered. What happened? But they said his son knows the shooter and stuff. It's just a lot of shit going on in the world today. You know, kind of middle bit of it, but happy Halloween, everybody. And it's November now, so we pumpkins and ghosts. We can be turkeys now, y'all. Everything's on a schedule. Also too, I want to get into a little bit of politics. Speaking of politics and people talking about it, you got Donald Trump, getting some type of snap thing that he was trying to put together denied, I've heard. And I heard that he's really trying to reopen up this government, because the Democrats are sandbagging. That's what we call it in the race world. Kind of the term is sandbagging, right? They're like just dragging their feet and stuff like that. And the crazy part is they're really trying to make them look bad. Let me tell y'all something that I don't hear Democrats actually talk about at all. That there is a hierarchy amongst Democrats, and like, because they're really trying to make it seem like Democrats are like for everybody, but there is like a hierarchy like amongst Democrats, and like they be playing games, bro. There's a hierarchy amongst them, and the ones at the top, they play this political game, and it trickled down to the ones at the quote unquote bottom. Like the like the working class, a lot of black folks and stuff like that. It trickles down to them, even white folks. You know, the politics trickles down to them, and they kind of get used as foot soldiers, and a lot of them don't know, but a lot of them do know. It's like undeniable. And you know what I'm saying? Instead of blaming it on their political party, they turn around and they blame it on Republicans or people on the right. And they blame it on Donnie Boy. And like I said, like they really do it to make them look bad because they know, like, the average person doesn't know that you know there's certain parts of the government that the president have no say in, or he can't really do too much. They gotta come to a agreement. And one thing I noticed too is that shit, being a president with money doesn't necessarily solve the issues and stuff like that, because people, they just think that because you're the president, you got it. You know, so it's like, damn, if you're the president and you don't really come from paper, oh, he's trying to line his pockets. If you're the president and you do have some paper, oh, it's him looking out for his, his president friends, his presidential friends and all this other shit. It's like, oh my god, it's like, you damned if you do, damned if you don't. So you might as well do, if that's what you want to do. So it's a lot of stuff to cover on today's show. Hopefully you guys, got your Halloween candy and stuff like that, and hopefully your Halloween was pretty good. Hopefully you know what I'm saying, your children enjoyed themselves. Hopefully you guys made this Halloween memorable, because Lord knows when they get older, where this holiday is going to be in the future. All right, King Pig says, you seem like an intelligent person. I take it you're black pilled. Yeah, absolutely, King Pix. But very seldom I really show that side, of myself. But I'm definitely black pilled. But regularly I walk around red pill, you know, and try to be a little bit more palatable with some of the things that I'm saying, because people are having a hard time grasping the red pill, and then they think that they've grasped the black pill when they're not black pilled at all. You know what I'm saying? And black pill, especially, I mean, it's always been this way, but if you have somebody really break it down to you, it's nothing but women worship, and they've turned the red pill in a lot of cases into the same thing. But I'm from the original, red pill, like Barbarossa, you know, um, I guess you guys know him as TFM, Turfling and Monkey. Like I'm from the real red pill, the real MGTOW, the real 2002, 2003, 2004 chapter. So I know exactly what it is, where it comes from, what it's been. Like real talk. You know, uh, Mental Chewing Gum podcast. Most billionaires don't want to be president. Yeah, they don't. They don't even want to be known. Like people that are real billionaires, people that got real money, they pay to keep their name out of newspapers and all kinds of stuff. It costs them a pretty penny to live a secluded life and not be fucked with. You know what I'm saying? You can go look hard for them. You say he's a lunatic. Yeah, a lot of people feel that he changed up over the years. It is what it is. You know, Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Thank you so much. You said I don't think anybody who watches you goes trick or treating, but they may have kids. Yeah, yeah. As I said, hopefully their kids is good and stuff like that. Man, adults be going trick or treating too. Shit, people be giving out beers and shit, food and shit. Like and shit. The adults somewhat are the only ones keeping up the tradition because I guess millennial adults were the last adults that were truly kids. Zillennials, they were kids with my zillennials. Shout outs to my millennials. You said MGTOWs are building stuff, not going online, convincing themselves sex toys are better. That's what they're waiting for. That's what TFM is waiting for. You know, in those Japanese waifus and stuff like that. That's what the white manosphere is waiting for. They're waiting for dolls and stuff like that. They're waiting for the same thing waiting for in Japan and in some of these other places and stuff. Like people are wishing that it's a mixture of the two. A lot of people are wishing that AI, robots, and dolls kind of come together soon, especially before 2030. You know what I'm saying? But the media is playing a lot of games and jokes on the people, man. And I've been catching it every single time. There is no such. When the women get lonely, they go after the men, and then tell you that there's a male loneliness epidemic to dupe men into participating. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you got a lot of guys that's probably wanting and looking for wives and stuff like that. But honestly, men have always created technology to kind of really distance themselves for women from women or make things a little bit more easier and stuff like that. When men created, phones and two-way radios and stuff like that, it was really to, for quick logical communication until it started to become a part of social media and stuff like that. And, it became more widely accessible. When women started using it, it was a confusing thing. Often I talk about, back in the day, and stuff like that when texting and, different levels of game came out, back in the day. One of the biggest thing was text game and, had the ups on women. You know what I'm saying? Because women, um, creatures, they're more oral centered, uh, um, like how things sound, what I'm saying? So they like how things sound. Nothing wrong, definitely nothing wrong with that. But the thing is that, they couldn't really, they couldn't really gauge a man's response and stuff like that because there wasn't that much to go out, did or said something and stuff like that. And then also too, you know, um, women aren't really big on looks as they claim to be. But now, you know what I'm saying? It's a little bit more superficial now because where the internet has taken stuff. Women can see men. Women have acclimated and even thrown their own hat in the mix and know how to use social media a lot better than modern men. Um, mind you, we were coming up off of the what you call it, the party line era and stuff like that. You know, women were behind in the party line era for a little bit also, but started dominating it. Started catfishing and doing all kinds of different stuff to what I'm saying to get men. You know what I'm saying? So you know, you said if I go out and someone's giving me a beer and a dub, I may go trick or treating again. Yeah, that's funny. You said women are big on looks. If you know, you know. They're big on looks after how you make them feel. Women aren't really big on looks. Nowadays they are a little bit more than yesteryear, but that's because the internet has taken on a whole different thing, you know. But women to a certain degree, other than dating for their friends or if they're not on like a superficial, trendy run, they're not really too big on looks. They're really big on a guy, how he makes them feel and stuff like that. A lot of women like projects. You know what I'm saying? They like guys that they can kind of work on and have somewhat some even in their mind have somewhat some type of level of control. And especially in the real world. And then not even that, it's like you have a influx of normal average women indulging in a lot of stuff they normally wouldn't have been indulging in. You know, you have a lot of normal quote unquote average women indulging in a lot of stuff that in arenas that they normally wouldn't be indulging in. So like I said, stuff starts to get more interesting, but it's always good to have an education on the women that you're quote unquote specializing in or dealing with, before you know uh you really start taking these quote unquote scientific views or you know um sample sizes of stuff, I guess for lack of a better word. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. I'll explain it a little bit more as we go further. You said I consider D size to be a of looks since it's a physical attribute you can't change. Um, I mean, I guess, but women will put up with anything. I'm not even gonna hold you. To a certain degree, it's really on how you make them feel and what type of feelings uh you know uh they evoke around you or you can evoke around them and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's called perception. Women will put their perceptions and they will they will project their feelings and their emotions and things like that onto you and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So, it's a good deal of game that got to be chopped up when it comes to women. You know what I'm saying? But you got to know certain things before you can really put two and two together. Like you got to know basic psychology. You got to know, what I'm saying? Just biology, nature, and shit like that. And then you got to put it together because it's everything. With female psychology is something completely different. You know what I'm saying? And it needs to be its own study topic in some of these colleges and stuff like that. Why it won't be its own study topic is because a lot of women actually wake up and realize they're being used by other women and controlled by other women and stuff like that. And even if they appreciate the gesture, you know what I'm saying? Even if they appreciate the gesture, um, They don't want to be woken up that way, you know. They don't want to be woken up that way. So, you know, lie away, you know. Give me 1 second, guys. You said Mental Chewing Gum podcast perception won't change 3 to 9 inches. Yeah, but a woman's feelings will. That's what I'm trying to tell guys. Like, and that's what I've been telling guys that are quote unquote black pill. Like, pause, bro. You're thinking like a man. You know what I'm saying? You're thinking like, a lot of women will stay with a dude that's not packing like that. That's why they got toys and all this other stuff and shit like that. If she really like him and he got money and he's compensating for certain things, or she might be cheating on him or whatever, they will stay with a dude like that. Like, just like thinking that that alone is a part of it. You're thinking like a dude, and no homo. If you not gay, then it makes no sense for you to look at dating quote unquote like a dude. If you really want to know about women, it's thinking. I'm gonna give y'all the game, because I've been doing this for a long time, and it's not you king picks, but I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Just guys in general think without rewiring yourself is the reason why a lot of guys aren't learning. It is the reason why a lot of guys spend way too much time in the manosphere. If you're in the fucking manosphere, you don't, especially if you call yourself observing and learning, you only need to be in the space for about a year and a half to 2 years. Honestly. You understand what I'm saying? I give niggas grace because they probably don't run into the right people. They probably get sent on a rabbit wheel. They, y'all like to listen to like BS content and shit like that. Like, I get it, but like y'all the what's keeping y'all hooked over here is because y'all are looking at dating like a man, and that's the same thing. Like, a lot of guys, they're no different than women that think that, oh, well, I gotta become the man. The guy is gonna like my degrees, and he's gonna like my Birkin bag, and he's gonna like. You're thinking like a woman when it comes to dating men, and this is what's keeping you around here. First of all, as a guy in these spaces, if you're gonna call yourself in these spaces, trying to learn about women and female nature and analyzing women and shit like that, bro, you gotta get a lot of stuff out of your head. You know what I'm saying? As a man, you gotta, I hate to say it, and it's not the most appealing thing to say, but you gotta. I wouldn't necessarily say put yourself in the shoes of a woman, but most definitely you gotta stop thinking like a dude. You understand what I'm saying? You gotta stop thinking like a dude. If you're gonna be here trying to learn about female nature and stuff like that, you kind of gotta see where they're coming from. You kind of gotta really understand where they're coming from to be like, oh, okay, let me put two and two together. And listen, you need to know and understand that to be able to seduce and reduce, even though you do. I'm not saying you need to know that to try to manipulate women. I'm not saying you need to know all of that stuff so you can, gain the best understanding of women or whatever. But also, a piece of it is learning about yourself. Because honestly, you're going to get to a point where it's either you understand women or you don't. It's either you get women or you don't. It's either how you look at the dating game or how you don't. How do you perform in the dating game and how you don't. But number one, you got to look at stuff like that. You got to understand where a woman's coming from and blah 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 in pertainance to you, in pertinence to you. You know, what type of man are you? What type of effect do you have on women? What type of things have you heard over the years and stuff like that? You got to understand what type of guy you are. You know what I'm saying? To really understand, okay, why women are treating you a certain type of way, why women are reacting to you a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? So it's not more one thing to understand. It's like one of the things you got to do is kind of let go and see where they're coming. Like I said, it gets into black pill territory, but one of the biggest part of the red pill is forgiving women for their nature, and then your your educational class around and then restarts. You know what I'm saying? And if you have like interest in the topic, you know, is that should keep you going. Like, dang, um, I actually understand women, a lot of women, on a level that they don't understand themselves. You know, and then it's like you can't get mad at women for not understanding themselves. You know what I'm saying? Or they do understand themselves, but they go out of their way to not understand themselves because a lot of them. What else you gonna do? It's like you take accountability, and then what else? Whatever that looks like. You know, some women couldn't even take accountability if they tried. And it's not because they don't want to take accountability, it's because it's going to be a group of dudes sitting there, you know, uh, trying to undo the accountability that they have taken. So, you just got to, it's a lot of shit, man. It's a lot, you know. You got to kind of understand some of the stuff that I've been talking about for years to really get like a real grasp on it. And like I said, it requires you to be a student. It requires you a monk. It requires you to educate yourself on different things you normally wouldn't have picked up or educated yourself on. Or the average person doesn't go looking for. So it's a lot of stuff to cover. But it's very interesting, you know. So shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. Catch up on the comments. He said, no homo, but I didn't think of it. He said, I'm blessed. He said, there are really men walking around with 3 inch. Yeah. But you got guys that don't even got a lot of shit going on. You know what I'm saying? You got guys that don't even got a lot of shit going on, in certain departments and stuff like that. And they're going to get, they'll get cooperation from women like that, know. Um, you got guys that will compensate, you know. Hypergamy shit for women is a damn myth, if you superly believe in hypergamy, that shit falls into women worship. That's why I said those black pill cats, they believe women, so they worship women. They worship women by not even by proxy in a lot of cases. Them dudes worship women directly. You know, if you're a man and you super believe in hypergamy like that, that's you thinking as a man all over again, and you're giving women way too much credit, and you really don't understand womanhood and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it was a few content creators, but I was one of them back in the day. We reintroduced that word to the dating space. Nobody was using it. Women wasn't using it. They didn't know what it was. Most of the stuff that women use in these spaces was stuff that they took from black men anyway. Black men created Chrissy. Black men created Paris Milan. Those four Harriet and all of those like publications, they were not content creators. They were journalists, and they used to lie. They used to lie. To this day, they still lie. You know, and it's a double-edged sword too. Like it's fucked up being a woman if you really don't know what the hell. You know what I'm saying? Because women, like if you watch stories and stuff from like just movies and men and stuff like that, you can openly tell when a guy is lying because he'll like keep adding extras onto things, or he'll lie in a certain way where you could tell, and it's all about adding extras. You know what I'm saying? Like dudes like overcompensate when they lie. Women, on the other hand, you better know how to play Scrabble. You better be a high functioning Tetris player. You better know how to play fucking Blues Clues and shit like that. Because women, on the other hand, they omit. So when guys lie, we commit. You know, women, on the other hand, they omit. They leave stuff out. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, if they listen to each other, or you listen to them, and they don't know no better, or you don't know no better, you are in trouble. You know what I'm saying? You are in trouble. At least if somebody's committing to a lie, you can gain some wisdom to be like, okay, now I got more material to work off with. You know, let me see if it lines up. When you don't have no material to work off with, you get fucked up. And let's say you don't have no wisdom or no expertise or information in that thing, you get fucked up because now you got to pick up on certain things. And by the time you pick up on certain things, you probably sabotaged at that point. You probably done or sabotaged at that point. Well, I tell a lot of the younger women, be careful listening to some of these older women. They will send you to your demise because a lot of them are still competing with you. A lot of that shit is still tainted game, and they'll send you to the gulags. Hell, there's too much women out here anyway. That's how they looking at it. And these younger girls, that's how they're gonna grow up. They're gonna grow up thinking that it's the men that sent them to the gulags, when whole T is the women that gave them feminism and stuff that sent them to the gulag. But you got a lot of young women out here rejecting feminism, which is pretty interesting. You know, so that'll be worth a gander to see how they go about it. But a lot of guys, they get mad at women and stuff like that. And it's like, well, you can't get mad at women for being team women, but a lot of them, they on some BS and don't even know why, especially in the community. You know, but we're gonna talk about it. You said that's why I've always looked at the people who called into dating shows and thought those were the real incels and stuff like that. They used to be, but most of the real incels, you're cloud watching, you know? And truth be told, most of the real dudes are cloud watching also. Because a lot of real dudes, they wallflowers. They sit back and they soak up some game, whether they're familiar with the topic or not. You know what I'm saying? They sit back and soak up the game, whether they're familiar with the topic or not. And the reason why I drop a lot of game and stuff like that, because I know there's a lot of guys in the crowd that don't really say nothing. You know what I'm saying? Some of you guys been watching Player Talk Radio for years, And I will say this, please hit the like button and support the show. Please hit the Cash App, please hit the PayPal. Just send me a little note. Let me know, like, hey, yo, I've been rocking with you for a long time. Cloud watching. I appreciate you, but don't shout me out, or give you an anonymous name or something like that. I got you, But nah, a lot of the real cats, they sit back and they watch and they listen. You know what I'm saying? Because the information that I give, it's applicable in their lives, like right now. It's not like, oh, okay, I gotta wait till I get this caliber of woman, or I gotta wait till I get around a woman or have a woman to experience it. And it's like, no, actually, I know exactly what this brother's talking about. I'm going or have gone through it, or next time it rears its head, I'm gonna apply what he's talking about and see if I can get the desired result, if not something better. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the guys that listen to dating coaches and certain people, sometimes they deal with more hotter women than the damn dating coach or whoever they listen to, or they on a streak right now and they're around that type of energy. And a lot of times they don't know what to do. There's really nobody to talk about. A lot of those guys, some of them are skeptical about game. They don't got no real player partners in their life. They friends, keep it 100. A lot of guys, they friend systems, let them down in certain departments and stuff like that. So they got to go off and go search for knowledge. But my thing is that if you ain't gonna build yourself as a guy or build yourself as a man, that's like that's gonna take yourself to the next level. Then there ain't no ain't no reason seeking the knowledge and stuff like that. I see what knowledge can do to guys that don't know what the hell they talk about, especially in the department of women and stuff like that. Like guys will learn all of this shit and then turn around and just be like, well, you know what? After I learned all of this female nature, I'm just gonna go trick off my money and go reward promiscuous women and spend my money on them because they're too lazy to go out and go work on themselves. So they sat there and bullshitted themselves for all them years, listened to all these stupid ass podcasts, cosplay. They was trying to be players. Most guys in these spaces will sit up here and be like, "Oh man, I'm so mad at women because they following feminism, and I'm so mad at women because you know they're not trying to look for husbands and compete and stuff like that." And it's like, oh, okay, so you advocate for functional relationships. You want to be a husband? No, no, I ain't gonna get married. I'm not. I'm not. Now you got guys that are so worried about how women are and what women are doing and you know uh women's cooperation and stuff like that, but you got guys that don't even want to get married anyway. you know they don't even know that they're trying to function. They're not even knowing that the whole point of half this manosphere stuff is to advocate for functional relationships. And what's the most functional relationship, or should be the most functional relationship? Marriage. So how do you truly know if a lot of guys have that, have to have that explained to them? I can therefore point out that a lot of guys in these spaces truly don't know what the hell hypergamy is. And it's funny because you as a man got to know what hypergamy is before a woman does. You know, women control the keys to sex, but for the most part, men, we control the keys to relationships. We control the keys to marriage and stuff like that. So, it's a lot. Let me catch up. What's going on, Skyfall? Good to see you, player. Welcome to the show. Happy Halloween to everybody. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Good to see you, man. You said most incels are red pillars who watch Fresh and Fit but like to cope. Most incellers that watch Fresh and Fit that like to cope, they're not red pill, they're blue pill raging. I gotta get New back up here and talk more about that because that's a concept that's been talked about for more than decades, and a lot of people don't understand. They're not black pill, they're not red pill at all. They're blue pill raging. Most red pillars or guys that would be red pill, they go through blue pill rage also. They know the truth. They come over to the red pill side of the game and they try to use the red pill to take back to their original lives and try to apply it in their original lives and operate, like a square. There's nothing wrong with squaring up, but there's an art to squaring up. and they get mad because all of this knowledge, if they retain any of it, all of its knowledge is, you know what I'm saying, is to try to get some, try to get some normal shit to work in their life. But they don't really understand the red pill, and they haven't, applied it in the right correct way. So, you know. Have you ever been a trick? Mental Chewing Gum podcast. All men have been a trick at some point. Whether if you on the game side of the fence, or if you on the square side of the fence. I know naturals that are tricks. I know a lot of people that are tricks. You understand what I'm saying? The thing is that you wake up from it and you learn from it. You know what I'm saying? Some guys, they pick up on the game in their teens. Some guys, they pick up on it in their 20s and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It don't take you to be in the game to be no damn trick. A lot of squares, and this is why a lot of blue pill and red pill people in these spaces don't know what the hell they talking about, because they're not gamed up. Even the square man shouldn't necessarily be worried about being a trick. But the thing is that it doesn't feel good to get played. So he uses game terminology to try to get, again, make sense of his blue pilled life. But the thing is that he's not in the game like that. So it confuses them, because the thing is that, like, they're what they have going on in their head doesn't really match the circumstances of their reality and stuff like that. Even though a lot of these women nowadays have a hoish disposition, you're still a square, and she's still a square. A lot of people are just copying what they hear and on TV and on the internet and stuff like that. A lot of these guys ain't red pill at all. Like I said, it's blue pill rate. You know, well, that's what happens with many guys. You see it with a lot of NBA players who get handed millions. That's because those NBA players are being raised by the league. They're being raised by the league. You said, nah, it's red pill rage. It's not red pill rage. It's blue pill rage. It's blue pill rage. I don't give a damn how much red pill stuff you hear and how much red pill rabbit holes you done went down. If you're not living like that, or if you never lived like that, you have no use for the red pill. This is why these guys are trying to go back to sleep. Not necessarily go cipher. This is why these guys are trying to go back to sleep and use red pill terminology to fix a life that they're not living. This is what a lot of people aren't getting. And it's the early stage of red pill rage, but it is really not the rage that they thought it was. It's like you're not red pilled at all. An incel can't go through quote unquote red pill rage because he does not have actual physical material to really work off of. He can go off of feminism, he can go off of all of that, but if he's not dating women like that frequently, he's not in and out of relationships with women, he's seeing his homeboys and friends and family and stuff probably get sex weaponized against them. But if he himself hasn't gone through that, he doesn't know what he's talking about for the most part. He's only observed. He doesn't really know what he's talking about. If he's never been sprung before, if he's never been in a real relationship, him personally, he doesn't really know what he's talking about, because when he's tested, he's not going to know how he's going to act or respond. Some of y'all like him, but Nick Fuentes, he's still a virgin. He's still a virgin. And I hate to say it, because guys always conflate and mix stuff, especially when they at a certain level in age where they They just throw everything in the pot to a certain degree. Man, you probably might not be able to take what Nick Fuentes say very seriously, because one woman comes along, and I'm talking about put that cat on him. I'm talking about put big coochie on that nigga. He gonna be compromised. Even his political views, he gonna be compromised. You know what I'm saying? He gonna be compromised. He gonna change up all his political stance. He's gonna say something completely different. So, you know. But give me 1 second. Let me let this play. 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second.
What's up, YouTube? It's your girl Dee, and I am back with another reaction video for you guys. Now, we always hear women talk about men hate to get rejected by women and how they spaz out and they act a fool when a woman rejects them, but we never really talk about how women act or how women feel when they get rejected from the guys that they're interested in. So I want to play this video because it speaks on what happens and how women think when they get rejected, how it makes them feel, you know, how much they hate rejection as well. And we can all agree that I don't think anybody likes rejection, but there's a certain way that you should handle it, because you can't control other people and their choices. So you have to be able to accept it and move on. But a lot of women really hate rejection, and it plays out in how they treat men on the dating scene. So I want to get into this. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel if you like the content, share and like the video, and hit that notification bell.
Now, this is the thing. I've seen guys talk about, oh, you need to sign up to you know, Bumble and Hinge and all these websites and stuff like that. These are guys that don't go out in the real life, by the way. They don't go out in the real world. They don't understand social dynamics. They don't understand a lot of stuff. These guys are you know, infatuated with the next shiny object that presents itself. Because these guys don't cold approach, they don't have no real experience with cold approaching. They don't know what the hell they talking about. Cold approach ain't even a a a, a concept to them, because they're squares still in their mind. They don't know what a damn cold approach is, you know? Unless you're really a player, or you know, you've got a background in pickup, or you know what the hell you're talking about, then you can really start talking about cold approach. Till further notice, it's just going up to women and talking to them, to you know? And whatever you can pull out of it, cool. But unless you're really going to become a conversationalist or learn something, it really holds no weight. It holds no weight. You know? Because a lot of dudes don't know what the hell they doing anyway. They don't know about neg theory. They don't know about peacocking. They don't know about transitioning. They don't know about qualification. They don't know about building comfort. They don't know about building attraction. They don't know about you know, seduction and reduction. They don't have a toolbox. They don't have no routines. They don't have no gambits. They don't know what boyfriend destroyers are. They don't know about last minute resistance. They don't know about, there's a lot of different moving parts that you got to know about, and ways to make the attraction seem, at least seem, as if it's naturally progressing. So a lot of these guys are lost when it comes to the concept of actual raw attraction. They don't know how to procure or curate or make certain things happen. You know, they don't know how they come across. They don't they're not doing things with you know, I wouldn't say proper intentions, but at least deadly intentions, you know, behind it. You know, certain things don't have a purpose. you know. So, um, it's just called approaching to you. You know, if you don't know what the hell you doing, just leave it right there. You know. Then you got a lot of bullshit niggas in this space that really don't have no game. Cause like I said, if you have game, you don't have to run game. Because you have it. But they have no earthly idea of what they're doing or what they're saying. And they sit up here and try to act like they're like the they try to act like they're like these high ranking noble men that, oh, I don't believe in lying to women, which that's some bullshit. And it don't matter if you don't believe in lying to women. Nobody's telling you to lie to women. You don't have to lie to women. You know, that meant you gonna believe what you gonna believe anyway. You don't have to lie to women. You can still be your damn self, and you still gonna get the same results. You know, and I'm gonna tell you the truth. A lot of guys think that you gonna get a better result out of women without a better result out of women. A lot of guys think they're gonna get a better result out of women if they don't lie and shit. Like nigga, just say you don't know about women, bro. Just tell me you don't know shit about women without saying you don't know shit about women, man. It'll be a lot easier that way. You know what I'm saying? Oh, oh, I wouldn't dare lie to a woman. Oh, I'm above lying to women, and I wouldn't. Then they be dumbfounded. Well, why'd she lie to me? I didn't lie to her. Why she do this to me? I didn't do that to her, and all this other stupid shit. Goofy, goofy all the way around. Green, you know. But it's the thing though. The average woman is red pill. Average man, not so much. Um, Women learn how to communicate and manipulate at a young age, and they get endless target practice no matter how young in the mind they are. You know, um, what was I about to say? Also too, they have to learn how to defend themselves also from the manipulation because at a young age, some of the shit that they get into, they got to look out for being manipulated by older men. You know, and a lot of them usually find out around with they second and third boyfriend. You know, certain things kind of click. You know, they usually find out with their second and third boyfriend. You know, where and what what the bargaining chip is gonna be. You know, how she gonna go about certain things. They experiment. A lot of them they keep. A lot of people don't talk about how the simps and the orbiters that are around them are for target practice. You know, so she get endless. She get to a certain degree. She get endless practice when it comes to men, whether they're attracted to her or not. And she get like case study. She get, you know, if you a simp and you like this girl and you not telling her and you around her and stuff like that, and she already knows this and shit, you just as good as a damn guinea pig. You know, you just as good as a damn guinea pig. But you got to pick up on this and stuff like that. Even for the woman's sake, you got to pick up on this. I don't give a damn if she's delusional. I don't give a damn if she put you high up on a pedestal and you might not be able to live up to the projection that she puts onto you. You know, even for hers and your sake, you need to pick up on this. You know, give me 1 second, guys. All right, we're gonna get back into this though. But listen, a lot of guys that's like, oh well, women are approaching men. That's not always a good thing. Even though I tell women, yeah, you should approach more. You'll miss out on your husband if you don't. You know, there's a lot of people that got married because the woman approached first. Cool. You know, women have something that's kind of worse than men when it comes to approach anxiety. They got their own level of approach anxiety. But women that approach, they're only gonna approach you as a man if you go outside and know how they work. They're only gonna approach you long enough for you to approach them because it's gonna feel so unnatural. So they're only gonna approach you and entertain you long enough till you start hitting on them, and then it's back to square one. They just basically leveraged a way to get your attention, started small talk with you, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, I'm still even though it's we're in modern times, I'm still a man in this, and I got to be more traditional minded. So all it really is, it still benefits them. You know, it's not like, oh, they approach you. Oh, they escalate and move things forward. Oh, they learn how to date you and figure out what you like during dating. You know, it's not them being fake with you for hours and possibly years, as men be fake with them for hours and possibly years to figure out what she's attracted to, what does this mean, listen to her and stuff like that. Like, aside from you owning one and taking her out in one, she's not gonna want to hear your story of how you were a little boy and your dad loves Mustangs and you grew up, loving Mustangs because your dad likes them and you want to be like your dad, and your dad used to take you everywhere in his Mustang and you used to drive all over the place with them and stuff like that. And this is why you like Mustangs. And now all of a sudden, when y'all go out on this date, you're gonna come pick her up in a Mustang. But they don't care about that. You know what? For her to hear that story and to really hear that story, she got to hear it from your damn mama. That boy in that Mustang, he must let you. She got to hear it like that, or she got to come over your house and possibly see pictures of you and your dad up there. She don't really care about hearing you telling her that, especially if you're not a good storyteller. And PSA, most guys aren't a good storyteller. Most guys have problems with articulating themselves. Because in reality, a lot of women would love most guys if they got to know them. But see, there's a bunch of barriers and blockades that are in the way before this process can happen. You have to have an idea of yourself, which might not accurately be you. She's going to have an idea of you when she first meets you, which might not accurately be you. So you got to understand, when you're dating and you're engaging and approaching people and stuff like that, their life don't start when they meet you. You know, I mean, if you're gonna think like that, I mean, you can actually use that arrogance to your, you know what I'm saying, to your advantage. But most people don't. And the funny part is that they happen to think like that. You know, when you're enthralled with somebody, you start thinking that they're mirroring you, and they're just as enthralled with you as you are with them, and that's not the case. and you don't give yourself wiggle room. A lot of guys in these spaces don't know what the hell they're talking about. Your biggest advantage with a woman is that you are a stranger. But you need to be the type of stranger that is also somewhat familiar. You understand what I'm saying? You're a stranger with familiar energy. You need to be a stranger that also has familiar energy so that she can relax around you. And in the game, especially as I know it, and a bunch of real players know it, it's called building comfort. How's a woman gonna get naked around you if she can't even if she's not comfortable around you? That's why when guys say, "Oh, I'm just trying to get to know you," they're jumping a couple of steps because the woman is like, "Well, you don't know me," you know. And also, too, another barrier and blockade is that you gotta get over your perception of that woman, because that woman may breed a level of familiarity with you also, you know. And this is what also, uh, you know, um, pours into you being good with women. This is why when guys get older, they get a little bit more comfortable and they get a little bit more better with women because you have a bunch of muses or women that you've met over time in your life that embody certain looks and characteristics and stuff of certain women. Certain women gonna remind you of your cousin, so you just take to them a little bit more easy. Certain women are gonna remind you of a niece or a coworker or somebody, so you're just gonna take to them a little bit easy. So half the confidence there is already, you know what I'm saying, out the window if you have nervousness or a little bit of or a little bit of I don't know, a dating objection to the women that you're talking to, you know, or you're nervous around them and stuff like that. Certain things will compensate for other things. But if you don't know how to articulate yourself and to get your point across and stuff like that, a lot of things can happen, you know. Um and if you don't have any perception, like I said, you're showing up into people's lives, you know what I'm saying, that has been going on, you know. So a lot of times, if you don't know how to reestablish yourself, or you don't know what type of label this woman done put onto you, and you don't know how to take that frame that she's put onto you and reframe yourself, yeah, you gonna have a problem. You're gonna have a problem. Another barrier that a lot of people don't understand is, and this is the big part that goes back into what I'm telling you, that most women, if they really got to know you, they'd like you. Both of y'all are strangers. This is why I'm telling you, your biggest asset in the beginning is that you are a stranger, because you can start establishing yourself. Women do it all the time. When you met her, she had red hair. Now it's purple. You know, they switch up and reestablish themselves, kind of redo terms and conditions, right? But anyway, um, you guys are in a sense when you guys first meet each other. This is why God has divine timing. He doesn't give you things when you want it, because you don't know. You dump your perception onto her to a certain degree just as much as she does to you. But it's always expected that as a man, your perceptions to a certain degree, which kills the fantasy a little bit or a lot of it with certain women, is that you have to be more responsible with whatever you project onto this woman. Doesn't matter what you project onto her, it's going to happen anyway. So you have to literally, you know what I'm saying, be a little bit more realistic with your projections. Whereas her, the sky is the limit to a certain degree if you know how to reestablish yourself. So if she's a quote unquote baddie and she finds herself interested in you, and let's say she's been with a bunch of rich men and she's riding off of that cloud thinking that, hey, you know, I like you. You know, I seen you spend a little bit of money, so she might be thinking, okay, well, or I see who you hang out with, you might be rich also, but she like feeling you. You got to establish to her, if you pick up on this, like, okay, I've seen her and the type of dudes that she dates and stuff like that, or how she coming at me is like, okay, I think this guy, might be this type of guy, or for whatever reason, you see her coming at you as if you're a quote unquote a super wealthy guy. And let's say you are super wealthy, but you ain't finna spend no goddamn paper on her. Well, you got to reestablish that, no, I'm not super rich, but I am fun. So if that's what you went to, then come my way. You know, you got to establish that. But if you're a guy that's like, okay, well, damn, I know she likes the guys that have money and stuff like that, and I am super fun, but let me go along with what she thinks to see if I can get my foot in the door. And then I'm gonna feel some type of way later when she's looking at me a certain way because I kind of knew what was happening, or I kind of knew what she was kind of, after, Like I said, both of y'all are strangers, you know, both of y'all are strangers. And after sex, for the most part, the mask is off or can be off, depending on how it was obtained, what y'all got going on in your lives, how you go about certain things. And this is why I say, like, guys like Nick Fuentes and stuff like that, I hate to bring sex and all that stuff into it, but let's keep it 100, and that's a part of it. That's a part of it. That shit will turn men tender. And like I said, it's God's divine timing that you don't get what you want, because if you get with a woman and she can do no wrong in your eyes, which is a piece of your perception of her, you will let her get away with anything. And you will let her sabotage you, your family. That woman will turn into a tyrant. And when you don't really have knowledge of any of this shit, you just don't know shit about women. So, respectfully, I think a lot of women should approach men that they're interested in, because that's a part of them taking being proactive in their dating pool, because women are reactive and they hate it. They hate it. And they blame men for it when they're not proactive. They're just as lazy, if not worse, than a lot of the dudes in these spaces. They will sit up there and throw some weak ass pass, or like a guy whole time and not say nothing, but be mad when, and arrogant. Oh, all these other guys approach me. Why isn't he approaching me? They learn that women, women don't really know how to deal with direct rejection. Women are way worse than men when told no, because it doesn't process to them. Their feelings are saying yes, but the reality told them no. They're worse than any R. Kelly. They're worse than any, men you can think of on a large scale. It's just that y'all don't get a chance to see this. A lot of you guys, y'all are scared of rejection. Rejection is a safety curve. There's nothing wrong with rejection. Actually, you get the best type of rejection out there, direct rejection, because guess what? To a certain degree, you're at the mercy of that woman. She can string you along for months and waste your time, money, and energy. She can string you along. She can waste your time, And a lot of times, no don't necessarily means no. Sometimes that shit means no for right now. Because you'll get rejected by a woman that you're going to be around. And the thing is that she just said no because she didn't think you liked her like that, or you just got her attention. She's like, oh, I didn't, it came out of nowhere. But rejection is a safety curve. You need to embrace it, especially direct rejection. It's actually a blessing in disguise. It'll drive you to the arms of the woman that you want, or the woman that can that will love you and really deal with you. Women face the worst type of rejection, to tell you the truth. They face delayed rejection, and there is a such thing as them, uh, you know, um, getting their, not even necessarily their time wasted, but they can waste their youth. They can waste their fertility, which is why it's goofy as hell that a lot of them aren't proactive in their dating life. If they see an opportunity, they need to go after it more so than the man. The man, all he gotta do is really kick up some dust in his pool and play the numbers game, and he'll have some women that'll deal with him. Whereas a woman, and a lot of guys are waiting for this too, they're waiting for what's called a chance encounter. They're waiting for a draw of the deck. They're waiting for something to just happen because that's what they were told. That's what's magical to them. Something just happened. And it gets real goofy when it comes to them because it don't even matter if something just happened. If they don't respond or they're not proactive to something just happening, shouldn't it have even happened in the first place. But let's go.
To be notified when I upload new videos or go live. All right, let's go ahead and get into the video. Here we go.
Y'all, when women get rejected, oh, it's deep. I don't know what it is, but we do not handle it well. Actually, I do know what it is, and I'm gonna tell you in this video. Women desire to be desired. Okay, that is something you're gonna see in every woman. She wants to be desired. Some people allow their desire to run them. Some people can harness their desire, but all women deep down want to be desired. And so when she's not desired or does not feel desirable, she takes that internally. I mean, it makes her sad. It can cause depression. It can cause anxiety. It can cause you to feel like you're not good enough. It can cause hopelessness. I mean, it gets very deep. Because of that, I think a lot of women don't put themselves out there. I think it boils down to one simple thing. That as women, we have to accept that looks matter. And we can fight it, we can argue it, but looks matter.
Yeah, looks matter. And you got to also accept the fact that not every man sees you as attractive. Every man does not see you the way you might see yourself. You know what I mean? Just because you think you're, the best thing since sliced bread doesn't mean that every man is going to see you the same way. And it also doesn't mean that every man is going to, be interested in you. As much as we talk about men of being, afraid of rejection, women are just as afraid. It's just maybe they may not handle it the same way because men and women are different. More women internalize their feelings when they don't get the outcome that they think more than men. I don't think men internalize. I think men may have a response to it, and some may, act out in a certain way, but they don't internalize it. It's outwardly shown. Maybe they'll get mad, or maybe they'll just move on or whatever. But I think internalizing something to where it affects you mentally is much worse, because you're not letting it go. You're holding on to it, and you're going to use that as a basis for how you treat men and how you move going forward. So I think she's right about that. Let's continue.
When a man's not attracted to us, it hits deep, because most men are rejecting you because they're not attracted to you.
My theory about why women will chase after a man or become a pick-me for a man, even if the man clearly...
But this is the thing, though. No one cares what the hell a woman goes through when she approaches a man. Oh, he doesn't like you. Well, guess what? Make him like you. Can you make him like you? I've done that as a man plenty of times. There's women that didn't like me at first. Good. I use that as fuel to get them to like me. I'm glad as a man we can do that. I've never really seen it too much with women, but then again, I kind of have, but then again, I haven't, but then again, I kind of have. But it got to be the man saying, oh, okay, let me kind of stoop down to her level and see what the hell she talking about. Okay, you know what? She not that bad. She not that bad. But nah, you gotta make them like you. Oh, he's nervous when he's around you. Okay, well, figure out a way to not make him nervous, so you can get to your goal. We got to learn how to do that. You said if you ever reject a woman, 100% of the time they don't take it well. Meaning, yeah, absolutely, because they're entitled. They're entitled. Being entitled and getting rejected is it'll fuck up your psyche. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Support the show. You said a lot of bullshit dudes in this space. Absolutely, bro. You said is this a sneak diss at Miles Cunningham and Lucario Kuda? Nah. I actually know Lucario from some street shit. I know him through certain women. Certain women that I know Lucario. And certain women that Lucario knows know me. You know what I'm saying? It's Lucario, he be on the East Coast and stuff. I don't know too much about Miles. You know. I know Lucario. Lucario said some wild shit about me last year, and I flamed him up a little bit. He need to chill the fuck out. Lucario say a lot of goofy shit. A lot of these dating coaches say a lot of goofy shit. But like I said, it's 1,000 ways to skin a cat. What's going on, New? Good to see you, bro. Thank you again, Gail. Thank you, love. What's going on, UFO Kamikaze? Good to see you. Yeah, Lucario said something about some damn demisexual shit. And I'm like, bro, you and a lot of these guys are demisexuals and don't even know it. You're just goofy. A lot of these guys are just goofy. I'm not a fan of calling it something else. But I didn't know there was a term for it. And any man or young man that gets to that point in their life, I don't shun that iota. I don't shun that quality to say that, hey, I like to deal with quality women. Like I like to uh, you know, get to know and mentally be attracted to a woman before I do anything with her. You know what I'm saying? Any guy can smash a bird brain. As y'all can see, there's a fuckload of bird brains out here. This is what's making it hard for relationships and stuff like that because men aren't getting to know the women that they're dealing with. There really ain't much to know. Let's just go somewhere, drink some drinks, pretend like we like each other, go smash, and resume back being different people when we sober up or whatever. Bird brains are getting played out here. So what was a man that got standards? What was a man that says, hey, I actually like to be attracted, or build some type of emotional connection or mental bond with the woman before I lay down with her. You know, no, I'm not starting with any pronouns. I'm saying I didn't know there was a term for it. There's an actual term for it. And when I got introduced to the term, the actual the correct name for it, there's other names that you can use for it, but it wasn't a El Gibbet thing. You know, have you seen Coco Jones at Heidi Klum's Halloween celebration? Hot chocolate. No, I didn't get to see it. There's a lot of stuff I got to catch up on. I wasn't feeling too well. I took the day off a little bit. I was really exhausted. I took the day off. But I'm back giving y'all some great content. An hour and 55 minutes into the. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Um, I did say I gotta have you up here though, new. Cause King Pix, I gave you a shout out before you came in. Cause me and King Pix was talking about uh, you know, uh, blue pill and like red pill and stuff like that. And he was saying it was red. A lot of the stuff is red pill rage, and I wanted to explain to him, nah, a lot of that stuff is blue pill rage, but that's not really a term people are used to. But yeah, I did you though, because we overdue to kind of have that chop up. But yeah, when I was introduced to the word, it wasn't the El Gibbet didn't have a foothold on it, you know. But I understand how they try to squeeze that into their agenda also, because they have a lot of them have no choice but to build some type of bond, with women. But anyway, um, like I said, and people still didn't understand. Like, there's three levels to being a player. You know, in the beginning, you go after quantity. So you're going after, you know what I'm saying, a certain, Oh, speaking of funny Halloween costumes too, though, uh, UFO. I wanted to talk about this. Did y'all see that Tasha K dressed up as Krishan Rock? That was funny as hell. That was funny as hell. Blue Jays fumbled the World Series, man. It's scary times out here, man. But no, being a player, there's like three levels. You know what I'm saying? Before you get to a quote unquote Mac. And like I said, I don't expect a lot of game goofy Gilligan type dudes to get it. But there is a spectrum, not necessarily a hierarchy, but to a certain degree, one can say it's a hierarchy. Is that You know, a man didn't introduce me to that word. You know, I found it. You know, but no, you start off wanting quantity, and you start dealing with the abundance of women. You know what I'm saying? You start off, you know, wanting quantity, and you start dealing with an abundance of women, and then you realize, damn, these hoes come with a headache. Damn, they be playing games. Damn, they're a bit loud. Damn, they bring problems. Damn, they stalking niggas. Damn, they be lying. Damn, they not responsible. Damn, they waste my time. Damn, they, you know, you get ran through the ringer. Don't matter what it is, you get ran through the ringer with women. And then you know what you do? Say, okay, I gotta step my game up. Maybe I'm dealing with raggedy hoes. Maybe I'm dealing with low quality women. Maybe that's what I'm going through. So you know what? In between dealing with a bunch of women, it's taught me that there are some quality women in between the women that I was dealing with. And those are the women I would definitely like to get to know, or to learn more about, or deal with more. Because there's, you know, every other 5 women I'm talking to, technically I deal with a good one, you know? So you learn the concept of quality. You know, you start having standards. You know, okay, you know, I want that do this. You know, I want women that drive this. You know, or I want a woman that drives. Period. There's a difference between women that take public transportation and Ubers and stuff like that versus one that you know has her own car, or she knows how to drive, or she has a driver's license. There's a difference, and I'm just using that as a metaphor, even though in reality sometimes there is a difference between, you know. But anyway, you start to learn quality. You know, one good woman is worth and way better than 6 7 loud chicks that's not really doing nothing or adding to your life, and they're just taking from the table. You understand what I'm saying? And when you learn quality, and you learn how to spot quality, and you learn how to pull women that have these, you know, that have quality, because they stand out from the sea of women that, you know, that don't have quality. You become what's called a player number 2. You know what I'm saying? You become what's called a player number 2. You're active and attractive, and you out here, you know, doing your thing, and you're dealing with women that's worth a damn. You're dealing with women that can you know that you can marry for sure. You're dealing with women in your league. You're dealing with women that will you know help you elevate, or at least you know contribute to some of the things you got going on. You know what I'm saying? You're dating within your lane, you know, and you know, and you aim for quality. You know, you aim for quality. And then once you've operated at that level, you've had your type, you've picked up new types of women that you like. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Ed? Welcome back. Then you become a player number 3. A player number 3 is a player that can date all kinds of women. He can fluctuate between quantity, quality. Um, he can get women in rare form. He's seasoned. And you may want to stay there for a while. You know what I'm saying? You may want to stay there for a couple of years. Or you got a lot of players, as soon as they get quality women that they like, depending on what industry you in, depending on how you navigating, what's going on, JR? Depending on how you go about it, you can just jump straight into being a Mac. But this is the thing. A lot of players don't want to be Macs. But a lot of Macs happen to be players. A lot of PIs don't necessarily want to be players, but they can revert back to being players whenever they want to. You understand what I'm saying? A player 3, he has dominion over player 1, player 2, and can do his own thing whenever he wants to. Even though you could do the same thing being a player 1 and a player 2, but if you are still learning quantity, you're subject to the BS that quantity brings. So you're subject to the game in that point, and you don't really have too much control over that. When it comes to quality, you have to be able to humble yourself and to sometimes not necessarily compromise, but be willing to learn a lot about yourself by seeing what quality women, you know what I'm saying, may already went by there, Purple. He wasn't really talking about too much. But you know, you gotta be able to consistently pull quality. You got to be able to consistently you know, get the type of women that you want. You got to see what the type of women that you want expects from you. Also, you know what objections that the type of women that you want may have towards you. You know, is she cool with you going out on the weekends with your homeboys and it's not a problem? You know, is she cool with you, you know, working and you don't gotta be around her and up under her 24/7? You know, she don't got like this weirdo attachment issue to you. She doesn't get mad at you for working, knowing that you're working or you got stuff going on in your life that you can't not necessarily prioritize her, but she's not gonna be number one all the time. You know, does she get with your program? You know, is she into something that's about her, or is she utilizing her time accommodating what you got going on? Is she displaying wifely like qualities, or you know, partner like qualities and stuff like that? You know, you got to know this shit. You know, and then also you got to learn yourself. How the hell do you respond when women are doing that stuff to you? Because I tell you, that's bigger than her actually doing the shit for you. Is your response to it? You know, a lot of y'all never dated women that gave a fuck about you, and it shows. Because a lot of guys will sabotage it and ruin that shit if they got a woman that actually give a damn about them, because they're not used to receiving that. You know, they look down on their damn selves. They don't feel that they worthy of receiving that type of treatment from women. You know what I'm saying? So You got to give yourself game, and you got to give yourself grace. You don't just run straight to being a Mac. It depends on what type of lifestyle you live and where you coming up in the game, because if you like, okay, well, cool, I've been on some player shit, but like I work as a bouncer at a strip club, and a lot of the girls that I'm going after, they happen to be in the life, you know? So I kind of got my feet wet with some bullshit, but I'm not 10 toes in. But you know what I'm saying? Some of the women in the the groups that I'm around a bunch of shady bitches, you know. So even though I'm very much a square, you know, a good side of what I got going on takes place in in certain areas, or can have a lifestyle attached to it, you know. And that's more than enough information for me to give you some game and be like, damn, okay, I understand where you coming from. This is how you should play it. Stay out of the mix. You know, make sure you get a girl that's on the way out the door. Make sure you're the one she choose when she put on her regular shoes. You know, you just not a part of that damn club. Move this way. Kind of be more secretive with how you move. If you dating a girl from the club and you're the quote unquote bouncer, as far as when you on the clock, you don't know who she is. Y'all not dating. Y'all not putting up with each other and stuff like that. And a lot of women won't do shady behavior. She respect with how you carry certain things. She like how you keep it low key. You keep her mind intrigued. She more focused on you than doing, you know what I'm saying, than doing what the hell she gonna do. Because 9 times out of 10, it's not her first time doing that. You dig? It's a lot of little nuanced stuff that a lot of guys don't think about. And when a woman got it, and when a woman feels she got to think about it, when a woman feels that, yo, this nigga is green as fuck, he not even thinking about certain things. When a woman sees you aloof and naive to a certain degree, she penalizes you. She feels you can't protect her. If she feels that she on some information that you're not on, you're gonna have a little bit of problems. A lot of bit of problems, actually. Cause let her peep that and not respect you. She's just gonna keep creating problems. Cause she gonna be like, you're not even hip. You don't even know. She gonna feel she has more perception than you. She gonna feel that she has more of a knack and the ability to lead than you, which I can't disagree with some of them. You know, nobody wants an aloof leader. Most of you guys are aloof leaders. Why a lot of women really don't like squaring up with dudes that don't know what the hell they talking about, is because like they still green. They got to square up with like a Casanova trick. They got to square up with a trick who they feel that, okay, well, in his world he got a little bit of dominion, so let me go ahead and go sit down with him for a little bit. Let me kind of build him up a little bit. He got a little bit of potential. If he had got with me a couple of years ago, he would have been in the game and off with other women. But let me kind of, somewhat throw hints, but build him up a little bit. A lot of women, when they reach that, that level, they'll be okay with doing that, especially if they was a madame. Or they just straight up put a nigga through hell and shit like that and don't give a damn because you know what? He should know. All the hell that she putting him through, he should pick up on the signs. That's how they feel. You know? JR said, yeah, I might get out the game. If you've been in the game, you don't get out of it. You just kind of subside it. It's like emeritus. You know what I'm saying? You don't necessarily respectfully retire, but you take a step back. You go sit down with a baddie or do your own thing. You don't necessarily get out of the game. The game just transitions into the relationship that you have. You understand what I'm saying? And it gets better. You basically take a step back, but you retain your position. You know what I'm saying? If you're a king, you basically take a step back, let other people run the kingdom while you go off to tend to other matters, but you resume your status as a king. It's not like you gave up your privilege or you gave up your status. You basically honorarily, you know what I'm saying? Not necessarily bow out, but you chilling, honestly. You don't necessarily gotta give up the game. And then a lot of times too, players, they're not necessarily the most wealthy people on the planet. So it don't take you to use amuse or abuse and muse for you to elevate yourself in the game. Sometimes it just straight up takes you to become a businessman. You don't need to be no damn PI. You could just become a damn businessman. And you know a woman or two. So look, you get a secretary, or you can get you a little, you know what I'm saying, paper pusher hoe that like you and want to, contribute to your business or happen to contribute to your business because she likes you so much and she got going on business wise and she's like, hey, let me show you that I can be of service and let's create something lucrative, so there's nothing wrong with that. I'm 39 years old. A 22-year-old keeps chasing me around. She's my type body wise, which essentially is which body wise and is essentially my looks match. That's what's up. See if you can teach her something and see if she takes to it. You said we're both around sevens, and she's scrawny, model thin, 110 pounds. Yeah, yeah. You get some 110 pounds, petite, nice. Go for it. I don't think I can do better. I can do better than this girl. It might be time to throw in the towel and get out of this horrendous dating market forever because modern are insufferable. Correct yourself. First of all, you can do better than her. You can do better than her. It's just that she's probably your best option right now. I don't know why guys think like that. Why would you even think like that? I can't do no better than her. Don't put her on that type of pedestal. Even if she is what you want, you do better than her. See, a lot of guys, y'all not thinking, ahead and stuff like that. See, I get it. If you focus on the next step, but to a certain degree, you got to see the stairwell. Because you can sit here and say, I might not be able to do better than her. Then you get with a girl like her, and that attracts women that are better than her when they see you with her. You understand what I'm saying? So never in your mind allow yourself to think of a woman that way. I can't get nobody better than her. Man, I can get somebody way better than her because a man get her. The girls that's way better than her gonna see me with her and damn near try to attract me or take me away from her. That, that's how they think. Bullshit dating game force you into, you know what I'm saying? Don't let this bullshit. My bad, y'all. I posted one of these, but y'all hit that poll real quick. But don't let this bullshit dating game force you into some BS. That's the problem right there. This dating game will force you into some BS. What's going on, EB? Shout outs to Eric Bird. In the place to be. Good to see you, man. Your luck eventually runs out. A drunk driver almost murked me last January. He chopped my truck in half. Yeah, I remember you were telling me. I got hit by a drunk driver also. Almost lost my life twice to a drunk driver. I had to chase one down. Try to speed away. You did? Constantly going out to bars and smoking blunts eventually put you in a bad situation. Yeah, you don't got to do all of that. You don't got to do all of that. You go to a nice little gathering and stuff like that, sip some wine, discuss literature, network a little bit. You go to Chipotle for lunch. Talk to a random girl that you always see working there or eating there that work across the street. Let's say you take the bus or a train to work. There's that one woman that you usually see because y'all go to work at the same time, damn near. Or you might see a guy. You know, some of y'all niggas be thinking y'all too good to say what's up to a dude on the bus or the train and be like, yo, I see you on this route all the time. You know what I'm saying? Where you work? Oh, I work at you know what I'm saying, at the such and such arena. Oh, true? Damn. I always wanted to go see the games and stuff like that, bro. We be giving away free tickets. If you want some free tickets, just hit me up. Oh, word, true. Damn. Okay. Then guess what? Hit them up one day. You get free tickets to the WNBA game, or to maybe a home team game, right? Then the next girl that you meet, but I'm gonna say it like this: it's not even the next girl that you meet. You can take her with you. You go to one of those games because you built up a friendship with Broski, and guess who probably lurking around one of those games? Your damn wife. Your damn wife. Believe it or not, a lot of dudes, upon seeing certain women, knows which ones that they would wife up or would turn into their wife or end up turning into their wife. You damn near know what your wife looked like to a certain degree when she comes across. It's actually kind of interesting. Or at least an LTR. And the wifey don't got to be the most gorgeous thing to, you know what I'm saying? As long as she beautiful and pretty to you and gorgeous and she got qualities that you like, all is fair. You dig? You said these women out here at NYC dressing like pros. Yeah, they always been doing that for the past 40, 50 years now, you know? walking like them, talking like them. You said just call it what it is. Yeah. Simply Tark. Yeah. But yeah, never find yourself even if the girl is super hot. I mean, allow yourself to be in somewhat of a projection and somewhat of a delusion. There's nothing wrong with that. But have a healthy way to snap out of it. All right. But let's get back into this BS. Let's go.
That he doesn't like her. I feel like this more has to do with how women have a hard time taking rejection as opposed to actually liking that man. There are exceptions to the
2 hours and 23 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button, support the show. Please hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Let's go.
rule where yes, you can like a man and he doesn't like you back, and
PayPal, Cash App, scrolling on the screen below. Links in the chat. Let's go.
It's like, okay, I want to chase him because I really like him. But realistically, no matter what you look like, women are far less used to rejection than men are.
Yes.
But when women get rejected, I honestly feel like if you're...
You said the sovereign woman has wife looks to me, but we have very little in common. That's cool. Not everybody's going to have to know everything about you the older that you get. They just need to know enough. And if you could take it from there, you guys can make it anywhere.
You're not used to rejection, we take it personally, especially when it comes from men. And when a man is really showing you that he doesn't like you, if you're not really good with taking rejection, your ego is going to be very hurt and then say, I need to prove that I'm good enough, or I need to prove that, I like, why don't you like me? And then constantly wanting to pursue and become insecure with, all of the things that come with rejection. So my advice is that if you are
Women can never really tell men how to really handle rejection, because that's still new territory to them. They don't fucking know what they're talking about. And if it was up to them, they will put you. They got the unmitigated gall to say anything about a damn incel. But if it was up to them and you rejected them, they would want to put you in jail. If it was up to them and you rejected them, they would want to put you in jail. They would want to put you in jail. You know what I'm saying? Because oh, it's their feelings. How dare you make me feel like that? In that moment, she done forgot every single guy that she's ever rejected. She contradictory mode, hypocritical mode kicks in. They don't know how to handle rejection. Honestly, the BS that they go through ain't even really rejection, honestly. Not to them. Passive rejection is fucked up, though. I will say that. Passive rejection is pretty fucked up. But let's go.
Chasing somebody that does not like you, or currently a pick me for somebody that doesn't like you, check your relationship with rejection. Time, right, where it's like rejection is protection, but sometimes like people just don't like you, or you're not a good fit for that person, and that is okay. It doesn't say anything about you, and it doesn't mean that you're not worthy. But again, if you're not used to that rejection and you're not used to that confidence or that self-esteem that comes with being okay with rejection, you are going to have a hard time with it. And so is your ego. It's so crazy because sometimes women will feel rejected by somebody that is just a bum. Everything that they have on their list is like, I want a man that does this, and that. And this other guy, just because they reject her in any way, shape, or form, they will go on and on and on about, I need to have this guy.
Well, no, that's not really what it is. It's really because even if they approach you or they like you, that's kind of where the buck stops. They still think that the relationship is about them. They still think that it revolves around them. Because they don't know how to take themselves out of their shoes and put themselves into your shoes and see where you're coming from. That's why they feel bad when you reject them, because it's like, well, why did he do that to me? She doesn't sit there and be like, well, maybe it's Saturday and he's having a bad day. She doesn't sit there and be all the stuff we got to think. Oh, maybe he's on his period. Oh, maybe he's in a relationship. No, you think it's about you. You bypass all of that thinking. Women really don't really have the capacity to actually really approach men. Like, not this generation of women, and talk to them and actually, really get nowhere with them. They got to turn small talk into something that he got to take the lead. Because if men really wanted to be the harder species, women wouldn't be able to talk the jaws off of a man. Wouldn't be able to. Like, if every man actually sit up there and say, hey, well, what do you bring to the table and stuff like that, and are looking for a legitimate answer, women wouldn't be, it would be hard for them to get with men. Because first, instead of giving him a genuine answer, they're going to all try to come up with it, because they all do the same shit. They're going to all try to come up with a universal answer, and then he's going to be like, okay, I've heard this before. What else? And then she's back at square one. They don't know. They have no earthly idea what men have to go through to obtain them. And I'm going to tell you the truth. Most women know that they're giving out a shitty deal. Even if it's to another woman, they know they're giving out a shitty deal. A lot of women know for sure they wouldn't even date their own damn selves, or want their children to date a woman like them. Especially when they know what that woman is doing. Acting like she's the first woman to do it. No woman has ever done it before. Not on the level that she's doing it. But let's go.
I know that, I'm worthy, or I have to have this guy pick me and acknowledge me. I'm just saying, it could be helpful. And again, I don't really think it has anything to do with really liking a guy. Like, because, once a guy, like, gives in, it's like, I like you. And then it's like, well, now I don't like you. And vice versa with men, too. I just don't know as people why we do that.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to how
I feel you, UFO, for sure.
When we talk about relationships and women, the worth of a woman, and whether a man is interested in her or not, it speaks to how women will respond with, oh, I don't have a problem with getting men because my DMs are full. It makes me think of that when women say, oh, my DMs, because I don't have a problem getting a man because my DMs are full. Those men in your DMs are not your men, nor does it seem like you're trying to actually start a relationship with any of them in your DMs. It's almost as if it's some type of validation or clarification of the fact that you are, worthy enough to get the attention of men in general. So it says that you're worth a lot, depending on how many men, will come to your DMs to say how beautiful you are, how good you look, and how, all these nice things they say to you. It kind of boosts your ego and makes, validates your feelings of how you already feel about yourself. But what happens is it's like a ego boost, and it's a temporary fix. But a lot of women are okay with that, because if they're getting that on a daily basis and that's all that they have, they hold on to it. Because ultimately, those men are not trying to take you seriously for marriage and solid relationships and build families with you and lives with you. They're just there for whatever reason or another. But in many cases, it's enough for these women, because if they don't have what they really want, then that's enough to hold them down, to make them feel good about themselves, to carry on until they get what they actually want. This is why when you tell women, them DMs don't mean jack shit. That's just men telling you what you want to hear. But in the reality, in the real world, you don't have a bunch of men running behind you to be with you and make you their wives. You don't have a whole bunch of men courting you to marry you, because, they're not. So I think when they focus on the reality part, it makes them bitter, angry, and they feel small. So you got to understand to separate your feelings from actuality and accept things for what they are, so that you can.
Well, a lot of women are going to go through that. and are going through that. The internet has acclimated itself. So something new got to come. Bona fide dimes go through that with using the internet. Honestly, I'm going to tell you the truth to a certain degree. If somebody says that, hey, online dating is a loser sport for women, to a certain degree, they might be right. Because if she can't get stuff in her regular life popping and she's walking around like that, I'm not saying she got because the internet is on steroids, you know? But if she can't say, yo, let me get off this internet real quick and just see what the hell going on in my real life and see who really popping at me like that, yeah. And a lot of the women, aside from them all looking the same and alike and doing the same shit, a lot of them are average. Even if she pretty and she good looking, she average because guess what? It's still an abundance of it. What they like don't like them back. Keep this in mind. We're gonna get into it. Let's go.
Possibly make changes so that you can actually get the outcome that you want. Because as long as you're dealing in these delusional mindsets or this delusional framework, you're going to continue to get delusional outcomes. And a delusional outcomes is not what you want because they're not real. But anyway, let's continue.
If you find yourself struggling with this, check your ego and about how you feel about rejection. You will most likely.
And that's cap. Women like delusional outcomes. It's a question mark. You never know what you're gonna get. They can happen to be delusional, but no, as far as they're concerned, it's a mystery box. But let's go.
Realize that it has everything to do with the way that you take it, and it will help you move on from men that you're being a pick me for or chasing that don't like you so much easier.
I had to literally talk myself into going back to talk to him. I got in the car and I'm like, because I don't know, I felt like maybe if I engaged, he would like, like eventually like just take.
And then that's another thing too. Even simps and guys that want to smash, they would somewhat genuinely get to know you. Like them dudes will remember your birthday. They'll remember to send you something, on your lunch break. Ask you about your mama. Is she okay? Know your favorite color. Learn some relationship stuff about you. What's your favorite food? Where you like to shop? Like them dudes are really put in the time and learn some shit. But when women go after men or approach men, it's, oh, let me talk to him so he can do something for me. Yeah, let me talk to him about me. Hey, don't you like my dress? Don't you think I'm hot? What about me? This is why I said y'all gonna fail miserably. It's even in a business or a networking place, it's not amusing to sit there coming into a conversation. Hey, do you know me? Oh, well, you should because I like to do this and I like to do that and I like this blah blah blah. It's like, okay, so why are you talking to me? Like if you go to a networking place, you better off talking about somebody's hobbies. Oh man, nice Ferrari. But look, I read as a kid you've been collecting butterflies. You got a butterfly collection? Oh yeah, it's at my mansion. You want to go see it? Sure. Now you invited back to his mansion, and now y'all could sip champagne and talk about stocks. You know, like I said, you downplay certain things and upplay other things, and then eventually you can get what you want. What's going on, Sin? But let's go.
Debate, but I went back and I seen him and I got enough courage and I was like, oh my gosh, like, would it be really weird if like I asked for your number? And then he was like, well, I'm actually talking to someone. And I was like, oh my gosh, you're so honest. Like, 'cause I feel like some guys, like, he just seemed like the guy. You know, even his response is like, I would want to be with you because you just seem like a honest ass person. And he just shook my hand and he was just so like.
And that's what they do. I wouldn't want to be with you because you seem like an honest ass person. They tell themselves some stupid shit to make the rejection that they're facing seem legitimate. They tell themselves some stupid shit. Oh, well, I didn't want you anyway because you're honest. No, he didn't want you first, and you had to make up an excuse to legitimize why. You understand what I'm saying? It's entitlement. Some guys are entitled also. Some guys, you know what I'm saying? You can't tell them no. Because they're entitled. Oh, when I talk to her, she's supposed to say yes. No, somebody could tell you no. You can get rejected. It's okay getting rejected. You are very rejectable. You know, and that's fine. Women don't think like that. They're actually worse than guys. It will mess with their head if they get told no. No doesn't register to them. What's going on, King? No doesn't register to them. All right. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Make sure you guys hit the like button if you appreciate the work. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
Chivalrous. He was like one of those like proud, strong black kings, and I don't know. I don't know. Like it hit me that like, and I don't want to say never. You know, never is stupid. But I am like 25 and like every. I don't know, I just feel like I'm not like cut out for like relationships.
Like, why the fuck are you crying?
Crying so stupid. I don't know. Why can't I find my soulmate or have like this amazing partner? It just feels like it'll always be this way.
It won't always be that way. And I just think that, you know, sometimes, and I do believe that sometimes you might just have to make some changes. I think, and a lot of people don't believe that they should have to do that. I say this all the time. They don't believe that they have to adjust or make changes to themselves to get what it is that they want. And I just think that's that does a disservice to a lot of individuals who think that way. If you want something and you find yourself having a hard time getting it, what's wrong with you adjusting to see if you can get a better outcome? If you're stuck in your own way and you believe that you're just good the way you are, you don't have to make any adjustments or anything to yourself in order to see if you can get a better outcome, I think that's a bad way to look at it. You know, and it doesn't mean that you don't love yourself. Always love yourself, love who you are, but understand that there are some tweaks or some adjustments that you could make if you really want a different outcome, a better outcome. That's
I hate how they say it. They said men are salesmen, women are merchants. A lot of women don't feel that they have to change up themselves. It happens in relationships, but a lot of women are opportunists, man. A lot of them really don't feel they have to change up themselves to get a man. You know, for the right man or the wrong man, they will change. But they listen, and it fucks them over a lot too. Because the thing is this: a woman that feels that she doesn't have to change, if she knows that she's giving you a fucked up deal, she's gonna know you're a sucker because you took the deal. Basically dealing with her. You know, women know who's out of their league. You know, like all the delusion and the steroids and the dumb shit that they give to them on the internet aside, a lot of women know when they're out of their league. Even when they're dealing with a quote unquote high value guy. Y'all be thinking all these women are dealing with these high value guys. No. She kept up a facade for a while and she realized, yeah, this guy's out of my league. I would really have to have my shit together to date this guy. So all I can really do is use him for money. So even the high value guy by default ends up being a sucker. All I can really do is take advantage of him because I didn't go to Princeton. I didn't go to college. I don't know what the hell he got going on. Like his vocabulary is way more advanced than mine. When he really finds out the real me, he not gonna really want to stick around. So why should I change my life and the guys that's giving me play that I like attention from? Why should I upgrade what I got going on for a guy that once he finds out the real me, he'll never love me? You know how much songs are dedicated to those topics that women make? And you got niggas running around here that's supposed to be experts on women talking about some hypergamy all fucking day. Hypergamy is a unicorn myth. A lot of women result to hoeing because they're locked out of the hypergamy market. A lot of hoes are locked out of the hypergamy market. It wasn't supposed to be public. If you locked out of it when it's not public, people can kind of just pick up on you and kind of know what you've been up to and what you've been doing. That's why in the game we call it hoe IQ. And it's just goofy seeing a bunch of square women thinking they doing it. It's like, girl, you are not a celebrity or an influencer. You just have an Instagram account and a bunch of free filters that you're using. calm down. Those aren't fans and guys that want to be your mans. Calm all the way down. Now you gonna seem wrong if you tell some goofy broad that believe that shit about that, but when she has an attitude or feels she can replace you or feels she want to still have her merchandise on sale, she could talk to you any old way. But you as a man supposed to feel crazy if you tell her to calm down, which is the best thing you could tell her. Honestly, some of those women are waiting for a guy to come by and be like, yo, calm down. I was watching this clip of these corn stars on this show, and they were talking about S work and how it's harder than people think it is, and fans only, and all of it is really hard work and stuff like that, and they're really trying to compare themselves to athletes. Women are fucking smart. They call themselves sexual athletes too. Y'all gonna start hearing that term. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is that what they're trying to do is that they're trying to make it like a union. It's like, oh well, yeah, this industry is this and this industry is that, but I'm a sexual athlete. See, men don't be thinking, you know, some simp or trick is gonna start calling them that and referring to them as that and being like, oh well, and I mean you got Gen Z. You got some funny content creators making like stats and stuff like that, like whole almanacs and stuff from old and previous performers and stuff. And they try to regard them as athletes and stuff like that, which is hilarious. But you see, women are smart enough to call themselves that because if it sticks and catch on later on, they're going to want their contracts like athletes. They're going to want their contracts structured like that. So they won't need OnlyFans because they don't like OnlyFans. They really don't. They need somewhat of a PI. They don't like being their own boss. All of that stuff seems good until you have a discrepancy or problem. Now you don't have a manager to call. It's like Uber. Okay, this motherfucker threw up on my back seats. It's Halloween. I'm telling somebody's story right now. Somebody got drunk and Batman and threw up on my back seats. I'm Mr. Independent, drive my own car, get my money. Damn, I really need to contact the manager now. Oh, I forgot I don't have a manager. Let me call Uber. Uber only paying me $4 for this ride. Let me call Uber. Uber says, oh, that's unfortunate. Did you try wiping it off? No, I need y'all to replace my damn seat. That motherfucker stomach acid done messed up my damn seats. Oh, let me put you on hold. Oh, we can mail something to you, or you can go fill out some stupid ass report, even though you're talking to us right now, and email it to us, and maybe we'll get back to you whenever we feel like it. Okay, but what about my car seats? What if somebody got to say, "Oh, well, what you can do is take your hard-earned money that you made with us and go buy a seat cover and spend some more money. And we'll email you back when we feel like it. You gotta go through that bullshit just because you don't want a manager. Okay, so what if a woman's having a real problem on OnlyFans? Who the hell she gonna call? Who's she gonna reach out to? Need a manager. Or to be working with other people. Some of these women, you don't hear from them ever again. They make millions, and then they're like, damn, they fucked up their life because now they're in debt in the millions. I have a female stalker from the middle school. She's still waiting on her chance. They never truly accept not getting what they want. Right. They harbor those feelings, and then it turns into a damn vendetta. They'll even do magic spells on you. A woman will put roots on you if she can't have you. And sometimes it's the worst when she has had you and you like, no. How dare you cut her off from experiencing you? My my ex-wife got denied trying to come back. I know she still hasn't accepted that shit. Her new dude is clueless, absolutely. And you can still get her back if you want. If you were to call her up and just play around and be like, yo, so what you doing? Damn, old boy don't let you out the house. Well, you can sneak out the house and come see me and blah blah blah. I just want to talk to you, catch up for old time's sake. And she gonna show up. Or sometimes you can just ghost her right there and then and be like, see, that's your problem now. You still talking to your exes. That's why we could have never worked. You could pull that on her. Yeah, see, that's your problem now. You still entertaining the past. Can never move forward. You ain't changed. Why would I take you back and you can't even move forward? Play games. This is why they date their exes in between dating the next. The word ex is in next. If you somewhat resemble your girlfriend or wife's ex, she's still clinging to the past, believe it. Yeah, I remember one of the girls that I had. There's a difference between having a type, but she tried to replace me with a dude that looked exactly like me. I said, damn. That lets me know two things. See, a guy would say, oh, that's hypergamy. That's not hypergamy. Hypergamy is dating up. And I'm not saying she didn't date up because it wasn't me. But when I say that lets me know two things is that she's still living in the past. And you have women out there like that. And because this girl was fairly average, but it's like, yo, she's still living in the past. And the fact that she can find a guy that looks exactly like me lets you know that some women, they have a roster filled with their quote unquote type. They just want to try each flavor, you know? But you can move righteously if you knew you was the best. A bitch will get a Timu you. She'll get a wish you. She'll get a Shein you. Wanted me so bad wouldn't cop the bootleg. She'll get a Timu you. As long as she can keep up the facade that everything's going well, and you can see it on Facebook or on social media and stuff like that, she'll do that. But you're the original you. And the new guy don't realize that he's always under comparison. You know that. You set the standard. It's actually amazing how much goofy ass niggas women will date. They will date a plethora of goofy dudes. And then look at you to come save them and clean that shit up. You know? Y'all show some love, man. Show some love. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Show some love, man. Almost 3 hours into the madness. All right? Show your boy some love. New said that only works if you're weak and believe in that stuff, but mainly because you weak. I feel you. UFO says, my ex was in a restaurant with her new dude and saw my brother and his wife come in. She ran out the restaurant. That's funny as hell. Embarrassed, leaving dude sitting there alone. Real shit. Yeah. And they expect men to be acting a certain type of way, and they don't even realize when you're dealing with women, you don't know what the hell you're going to walk into. You don't know what the hell you finna walk into and have to deal with. You supposed to lose your life on the first date just because you like somebody and you're a man. Glad dudes are waking up.
That's my thoughts on that. But listen, once again, when it comes to rejection, yeah, I think a lot of women internalize the rejection. They don't like it, and they use that and hold that against other men. It comes out in a negative way when it comes to men. They think that, they start to shame men or, look at men differently in a negative way because of a man, one man that rejected them. Now all men, they have a problem with all men. And I think this is where women, I think women don't want to approach, because I say in this new modern age, women should do the approaching, but a lot of these women don't want to do it because they're afraid of rejection. And men go through it all the time. So this is why they're a little bit more accustomed to it, because they've gone through it. But women, on the other hand, have not. So listen, y'all, let me know what y'all think in the comments. Comment, like, subscribe to the channel, hit that bell to be notified when I upload.
All right, so people are talking about a lot of stuff that we've already covered on the show. Female rejection, the Titanic, all kinds of shit. You know what I'm saying? The Titanic, all kinds of shit. Guys are saying, yo, I'm not finna, you know what I'm saying? I'm not finna, die for no. Remember I was talking about it last week, and now you got this week. Guys are like, I'm not finna die for no woman on no goddamn Titanic. I'm not finna die for no woman on no goddamn Titanic. And you know what I'm saying? When you die, she looking at you like, and you should, That's what I've been saying. Like, I'm not finna give up my life for no woman that by the time she get to the shore, she done forgot you, honor you. They don't got no honor. You know what's funny? You supposed to die on the first date for some stranger broad that you don't know. And you know how, like, if you pass away in the military, you know what I'm saying? They would they would bring like a folded, they would bring like a folded they'll bring like a folded flag to your house and stuff like that, and talk and speak to your parents and cope with them and stuff like that. Man, these girls don't give a damn. These girls don't give a damn. They don't give two damns. Okay? They don't give a shit. They not finna show up nowhere. Good luck. You better off talking to a baboon's ass. You know? You better off talking to a baboon's ass. Okay? Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Let me see if I can find something real quick for the BS they got on the internet. Hold on. Oh, man. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Lord have mercy. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Shout outs to Insane One. Shout outs to you, bro. Thank you so much. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Shout outs to Insane One, man. Y'all was killing me on the last show with the big girl love, man. Shout outs to Insane One in the building. Thank you, bro. Dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. Yes, sir. I appreciate you, man. Salute. Shout outs to Insane One. Big old building. I'm gonna throw it. Look, I got some new stuff coming, y'all. I just gotta switch them up. I'm gonna throw something on the grill for my players in the building. I appreciate you guys supporting the show. Let's keep the support going. I got you, bro. Shout outs to Insane One. Shout outs to my Caesars. You know, when you be talking to them big girls now, you got to be throwing them hints. I got you, bro. Check this out. Hold up. Shout outs to Insane One. I got you, bro. It says when you try to give her hints through music, so you know y'all driving and shit. Listen, I told y'all this winter, this shit about to get critical, man. I got so much clips, y'all are going to die laughing. I just need to sit down and organize them. What's going on, Ghost Man King? Oh man, yeah, bro. I was laughing the other day because we were talking about the big girls and stuff like that. Insane One, and I think Ghostman and everybody, y'all was in here like, you know what? Unfortunately, yeah, Insane One was like, us Caribbean dudes, we kind of do give them some grace. I know exactly what Insane One is talking about too, because in Jamaica, oh my God, oh my God, big girls run the planet. I'm gonna tell you the truth, cause look, all the stuff that I be telling y'all about, like feminism and the internet and what women be doing with the internet, the big girls didn't have to do that. The big girls didn't have to do that. Dudes were already, you know, clogging up the big girl market. You know, depending on where you at, the big girl is one of the most harassed women on the planet. For real. For real. But that shit was funny. Real big, big. Oh my God. If y'all ever get the chance, play that shit in the car with your girl and look over the same exact way and see what she does. So listen, because we were talking about approaching and stuff like that. Let me give y'all some more gems, right? Let me give y'all some more sauce. Shout outs to Insane One. You know, when y'all support the show, I quick release the game, you know? Quick release. You don't Let me tell y'all something about women. You don't have to be the most impressive guy that she's ever met. But what you will have to do, or what you should practice doing, is being the most interesting guy out of the last 20 men she's met. Because you'll be surprised how women will meet 20 dudes and none of them are really hitting on shit. Average ones. Or they are hitting on shit, but she goofy. You know? I've literally got one of my girlfriends by saying, "Look, you my girlfriend, but you just acting dumb right now. So it's cool. I'll practice a little bit of patience with you." No, for real. Like it's yeah, no, you my bitch, but we just acting stupid. You just acting dumb right now. So fuck it. Shoulder shrug. So I'll wait. That's really what the whole thing was. You know, with the pickup artistry, you don't got to be the most I mean, you don't got to be the most cool guy she ever met, but from within the last 10 to 20 guys that you think she could have met, have something to be like. I know she ain't ran into some shit like this recently, you know. And even if she had, the last 20 guys she dealt with, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. So you know, and if they don't see it, that's not a negative to you. I swear, if you guys ever had a trajectory, y'all, the only thing, I mean, other than like certain neighborhoods and stuff that y'all come up in, the only thing in incentive that you guys have of what she may have dated in reverse is some broad that you seen in high school guys that she dated. The baby daddy's a dead giveaway, or some of the guys, if she around your neighborhood, some of the guys that she could have dealt with and dated and stuff like that is the only giveaway. Other than that, you guys are so deep in your perceptions that you think that this woman doesn't date a team of losers. Broads be dating some of the biggest losers on the planet. I don't even give a damn if the nigga a street nigga and you not, but you listen to King Von, so you like, oh, she used to street niggas. Nah, man, street niggas are some of the most goofiest niggas I've ever met. You know, certain niggas are just some of the most goofiest people on the planet, and you wouldn't put her so much high on a pedestal if you seen who and what she let hit. These bras be getting hit by cab drivers, Mr. Bean looking Ethiopian dudes with bellies and shit like that. These bras be getting hit by all kinds of shit. She can't pay for her Uber. She's in the cab, drunk as hell, getting taken back from a party that she got stranded at. And the cab driver is sitting in the car, knowing damn well he about to get some coochie, looking at her like, oh man. And you guys are sitting up here contemplating how you gonna get six figures and do all of this goofy shit to get her attention. These broads, they contradict themselves 24/7. 24/7. Give me 1 second. I got some more work for you guys. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to Insane One. Hold on, y'all. Let me do this. Okay, here we go. Hold on, guys. Wait till this thing is done real quick. Let me catch up comments. Hold on, we at 42%. I want to show y'all something real quick. We gotta let me do this. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Let me show y'all something. How contradictory these women are. Let's go.
The worst kind of nigga is who gonna look you in your face and say like, "I like, oh, what's up?" Like you with somebody niggas be like, "Unfortunately, I have my girlfriend."
Unfortunately, why are you in that
And
relationship?
same one said,
Unfortunately,
it's
is
like a
crazy.
sacrifice to get
A
one
few
part
moments later.
Josh, play another
that is
voicemail.
big
Yo,
on her.
this is
Yeah.
Jarvis all the way from Georgia.
Jarvis.
D, I got some riz for you. I don't know nothing about no bodegas, no subways, metros, bacon egg on the.
The worst kind of nigga is who gonna look you in your face and say like,
Now check this out. This is how bad they can't take rejection. She said the worst kind, and it's bad when that's another thing too. In pickup, we had to learn what's called the boyfriend destroyer. If you wanted to be somewhat of a dirty Mac, because a lot of times you'll approach a woman that's been giving you choosing signal, but she got. Let me tell you something. Don't no woman on the planet give you more choosing signals than a woman in a relationship. It is the craziest shit ever. It even be women that be with their man or women that have on a wedding band. But I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Don't no woman throw more choosing signals than a woman in a relationship or one that's married. I'm being dead ass with you. The most people in my life, and trust me, I've talked to hundreds, maybe I know easily more than 1,000, thousands of women. Easy, you know, 'cause I done forgot about. And I'm gonna tell you the most women, cause I've got to the point where I start playing dumb. I start playing dumb. I be seeing women making passes at me. I act like I don't see it. Get her to make 2 or 3 more of them bitches if she really, you know what I'm saying? I play dumb. I act nonchalant, you know. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. The most women that will ever make the most passes at you are women that are in relationships. And sometimes they will make a pass at you to see that they can get your attention just to tell you that they're in a relationship. But the right guy that she makes a pass at, she will not tell him that she's in a relationship. She would not tell him she's in a relationship. You know? That's the thing. It is implied that when you and they play dumb, it is implied that when you get into a relationship that she stops marketing. But these women wants to market. And I'm glad some of these little terms come out because guess what? You're going to be a powerful old man. Oh yeah. When you get older, your 40s, your 50s, some of my zillennials that's listening, your 30s, you got all the little acronyms to figure out these little broads. And even the acronyms to make you attracted or not attracted to them. Because you want to know why? These women have FOMO. You fear on missing out to be a hoe. You fear on missing out to be a hoe. As a matter of fact, a lot of people in relationships love to cheat because they have something to lose. And that's another form of control or another medium that people can use to get their act right, or at least get the next person's act right. I remember, and I've only dated like two of them in my life. I remember I dated this lawyer, and you know what I'm saying? She was in law school, and I'm pretty sure, she probably was, I'm pretty sure she dealt with a lawyer or two and was probably getting passed around or whatever, but whatever, right? Uppity girl, cool, you know, went to the, University of Georgetown, and just, interesting, just interesting woman altogether. She was telling me some of the guys that she would mess with, or, some of the guys that her friends would mess with, what she would have them do. Like she would, she knew they were in relationships. She would style her hair like how his girl had her hair or something similar. She would tell the guy, "Yo, hey, take pictures of of the soap that his lady uses and stuff like that, so she can get the same fragrance and go undetected." Um, just all kinds of different stuff. You know, so they know how to cheat. They know how to, people know how to get it in. You know, and she felt more comfortable going after guys that had women because guess what? They had something to lose. There's something that within reason she can hold over his head. And she get a pretty penny for it too. A lot of gay dudes do the same thing. It's called extortion. It's called extortion. And people and the internet would like to make you think that it's low level behavior. Hell no, you got millionaires doing that shit also. So the most motherfuckers that's gonna ever throw you some hints are people in relationships. I've never seen no more fun. And then you know what's funny? You want to know what's the most flirtiest? I'm gonna see what he gonna do type woman that you'll ever meet. Bitches that got dangerous boyfriends. Oh yeah, bitches that got dangerous boyfriends. What do you mean, Kuda? I'll tell you what the fuck I mean. These bitches will be dating military niggas, like a marine, like a nigga that got a gun in the house, a nigga that will come home and snap both of our necks if he find out. But she want to cheat on him with you, and they have the audacity to live on the fifth floor. These bitches will be dating a whole Bobby Lashley. She'll be dating a whole wrestler or a nigga that can cause great damage, or a street nigga, a whole King Von, and just be cheating like it's nothing. And it's like, damn, I'm not the first person, and you not the first person she cheating with. That's another thing. You can assume you're not the first person to convince her to cheat or to have an affair or something like that. So y'all, you get that shit up out your head real quick. But she will have the most dangerous. She'll be with the most dangerous nigga in the neighborhood and be cheating on him. And when you find out, it's like, okay, let me take caution if I'm gonna proceed with this, because she done cheated with everybody. But if I mess with Shorty, how my luck plays out, he will find out about us, but not the other people. You know? if you know your luck, or hey, maybe you get it in and get it out. Player of the year, that's without a doubt. You're gonna mature one day and realize, hey man, I can't be I had to tell myself at 25, 27, like, all right, no more married women. And I don't even go after married women. The women just happen to be married, or I go snooping around and find out. And I know that she got a man or some dude that she dealing with. So this is why I tell some of y'all to get the girl Instagram and get her social media and stuff like that, because yeah, you might see what an ex look like. So when a nigga roll up on you, you gonna understand what's going on. You gonna get to see what the baby dad looks like. Fuck her introducing, you get to see what they look like, what their temperament is. I know it ruins y'all perception. I know, because a lot of guys don't like that. A lot of guys would like to think, oh, she's a sunflower, and you know, and she told me that her baby daddy did her wrong, and I gotta step in and treat her right. Go she with her man. You ain't got a choice but to act clueless. But it made me uncomfortable as hell. Yeah, make it seem like both y'all in on some shit. Broad in relationships are the absolutely are. Insane One says, I had a woman tell me they had a fiance to see if I would pursue her. And then she told my cousin how she was mad I didn't. Yeah. That's what I tell y'all. If y'all are having trouble getting women, go take $60. Learn how to negotiate. So this helps you with a mouthpiece and bartering anyway. And go negotiate the Indian or that Ethiopian dude that got that little jewelry all down, and get like a little wedding band to put on your left ring finger and just wear that shit around, and just for no reason see if women start hitting on you. Some things that's taken. Why? Because another woman did the hard lifting, the heavy work, the heavy footwork. You're a desirable man. That ring on your finger is your social proof. And it's fucked up because once she find out you ain't really married, and you don't really got you don't really got no motion going on, no relationship motion, they'll leave you. Some people like to actively know that they. And at one point, I'm not necessarily bragging about this because there's nothing to brag about. But at one point, I was somewhat of a professional side nigga. But I didn't stick around long enough to be a super professional side nigga, because that shit is kind of cuckworthy. That shit is super cuckworthy. You know, once I realized that she got a man once or twice, bam, I'm out. Maybe no more than times, but I'm out. Not keeping up no damn triangle. Like the fuck? Insane One said, meanwhile, I just wrote her off like they wrote her off. Like, here are all these other women I can talk with. Right. You can go get somebody single. New said, when I was in the Navy, we'd do 6-month tours called Wets Packs. The wives left behind, we'd call them Westpac widows. That's funny as hell. Yeah. And they would leave their husbands in a heartbeat for a foreigner. damn straight. Yeah, boat rats. And same one said, I'm too old to deal with that shit now. I'm not trying to take no man, wife, or whatever, right? And the reason why I'm not going to say I fear it, but I don't want that to come back on me. Even though the wife is the more responsible party, obviously she not responsible. And this is why people go after men that are in relationships and husbands and women that are in relationships because, like I said, that little, yeah. And cheaters get more women because, remember, I told you guys, it's that edge. And the crazy part is that women don't give a damn if the edge is good or bad. You know, you can work at it as a damn janitor, but if you tell her I'm a gangster on the weekends and I like to do, some wild shit on the weekends, they'll rock with you. They'll be like, "Ooh, I like that," especially if it's actually lucrative. You know, they don't give a damn. It's that edge. Women like evil shit. You know, so you kind of got to balance out. You kind of got to balance out. Another edge is cheating. That's some edgy shit, especially when both of y'all are cheating. You'll even find out that even when she done fucked up, lost her man and everything, she'll still come and see you. Still come and see you. And these are the same women that will get on the internet and say men ain't shit. But she openly dealing with another woman's man. Let's go. Military dudes get done dirty by as fuck by their wives. Exactly. People in relationships bleed from their eyes. Right. Reckless eyeballing. I got a gang of military stories. Hey, look. The stuff that you would do when you think you about to lose your life or could lose your life. Can't blame you. I never asked a chick if she was married or had a boyfriend. Didn't care. That's a him problem. Yeah, I'm a dog. Hey, it be like that. Whole time you don't know if they're married. Whole time you don't even know their first name. Crazy. Half those husbands though are placeholder men, you know, especially in those foreign countries. A lot of those girls, they just don't friend zone the dude, they placehold them. So a lot of husbands are placeholders. Sadly enough. So these women don't give a damn, what they doing to their husbands and stuff like that, or their little fake pimp husbands. Renegading. How you out here renegading and you have a whole man? He said the only thing I was really wary of is that setup. I wasn't bringing people to the house. Right, exactly. Exactly. And same one said women on the island didn't know who they were dealing with. If I wasn't there dealing with family and stuff, I would have been much more of a savage. I feel you, bro. He said the only thing I was really wary of is the setup. I wasn't bringing people to my house, and I was hesitant. And I was hesitant to go any place that wasn't close to where I live, not robbing me, laughing my ass off. That's the that's why these goofy ass niggas. I wrote about it. I'm like, the ass dudes getting robbed in Colombia and all this other shit. It's like, bro, why are you bringing them back to where you lay? Why are you bringing them back to your crib? Like, if you're an American or you're a guy that's like really in the street for the dirty meat, or just got your cleats in the street at some point, and you're messing with all of these different types of women in these different and stuff like that, you could buy like a little extended stay, another little hotel room separate, from where you stay, and I give y'all the game like that. That's why I'm like, man, y'all gotta take a chance with the literature that I put out. I mean, trust me, it's some fly shit. I talk a little bit about how you need to pull it off is you wake up, you finna go out and go party that night. You take your passport, you go get you a little quick room or another little room that's closer to the city, and then you take your passport and you go back and you put it into your actual, you bring it back to your actual staying. You got the little quick room for the night. Go get you two outfits, right? You go to the little quick room, take a shower, thing, make sure the amenities and all that other stuff is working, and then throw on your cologne or whatever, and then you go out for a night on the town. And any girl that you deal with, you bring them back to that room, not the room where you lay your head, not the room where your passport is, not the room where if you out with another woman and you headed back to your room, or headed back to your spot or your condo or your Airbnb. You know what I'm saying? You got an ex shorty sitting there in the lobby or whatever waiting for you with her arms folded, and she mad because she sat there and waited hours for you, and it's like, who told you to stalk me? Like, why are you following me? Why are you know what I'm saying? And then she and your new girl probably get into it or whatever, and now you got to mediate that, or she seen you with the girl and shit like that, and now you getting, she texting you weird shit, and all kinds of stuff. Y'all got to learn how to move slickly, man. Y'all got to learn how to move slickly, man. Niggas getting beat up and stabbed and shit and getting laptops taken and all kinds of shit. Bitch up there finding the Biden files on you and taking your laptop and all kinds of shit, and stealing Rolexes and all kinds of shit, man. Y'all niggas, man. And shit. You could do a little day game or night game at that point. Check out the next day or 2 days. You dig? You said, nah, that's backwards. That's backward ass. The husband is the side nigga. That's true. That definitely be happening. The husband basically is the side nigga. I've seen too many videos of side niggas smashing until the husband or BF comes in with a knife, a gun, or a gun. Nope, exactly. You said if a dude can take a chick from me, congrats to him. I never had a problem finding another one. Right, right. If a dude can take a broad from me, number one, he go hard, and number two, he did me a favor. You know? And if it's somebody I damn near care about, I'm not gonna say it's not gonna hurt, but hey, he did me a favor. It's chicken one day, it's feathers the next. You know? Especially if I'm not in the game and shit like that. Yeah, I mean, if you holeless and doleless, cool. But by then I would already know the girl. and would have known and would have known the headache that he probably able to that he probably gonna be taking on, whether she playing or faking or not. You dig? That ain't my problem now. You said that part was my hardest thing to deal with down there. So many people wanted to come into my house because my mom never let people see let people in to see what we have there. Yeah. I didn't trust but 2 to 3 people, and one had already passed on before I went down there last December. Damn. My condolences. They stole all of my mom's jewelry, her laptop, both her damn, see? Dang, you see? Yeah, they scope out, bro. They scope the fuck out. My relatives always ask why I wasn't dressing nice, but once in a while, or when I went to the Capitol, like I'm some dummy trying to flaunt my money. You said women and kids there. Women and kids are the setup down there. I feel you. Yeah. And a lot of guys they fall for that shit because guess what? They present themselves as soft targets. But look at this woman right here. She a little bit on the hefty side. Going off on a man for saying he has a woman. So unfortunately, keep in mind the word unfortunately. He can't get with her because he has a girl. And she gets mad and literally contradicts herself and does the same thing. All right, before we get into it, Insane One said when she went to the hospital, they tried to break in the same night. Yeah, because they know when she returns, she got more items, and nobody to spin be bold enough to spin the block again. See, they're watching her house. There's a neighbor or somebody there watching her house and reporting her whereabouts. That's a slam dunk. That's an easy one. And it's sad with your own day. You got to blitz when you leave and come back because your neighbors are at your house. You end up going over some of your neighbor's house, you might start seeing some of your items. Hey, that's my VCR. Gotta be careful. UFO said every chick, yeah, crimes are relative. You know, if somebody do something like that to you, it's a friend, it's a family, or an associate, or a neighbor. You said every chick I've ever been in a relationship with had female family members, friends, and coworkers that become interested and could be a part of the reason they're reluctant to leave. I feel you. I'm not even gonna lie. I've been where like I literally have to keep some of those people that I know that would do my girlfriend dirty around. You know what I'm saying? Like her best friend. Some of y'all girls have best friends that will take your man. And it's not that, hey, I'm trying to keep her best friend close because shit in case I might want to date her. No, hell no. I'm like, you keep your enemies close. You know? Sometimes you gotta be able to prove like, yo, if I was to snap my fingers, your best friend would be going. You should see how she talks to me. You should see some of the situations. She tried to get both of us alone in the room one time. Or when you leave the room, she be reciprocating certain things, or all right, I don't know what's going, but because it blanked out. But sometimes, yeah, you gotta keep those fucked up people closer. You know, not to your relationship, but to know who's who and what's going on. I hate to say it because sometimes, that flirty friend that she may have that you haven't cracked, when your girl being fucked up or disloyal, sometimes that friend will tell you the truth, and you can tell it's the truth from what you know. Yeah, she said that, she was gonna be out partying with me and whatnot, but ended up meeting up with another boy that you don't know about, or another man you don't know about. Cause sometimes that girlfriend will have more respect for you than her. And it's not because she likes you or she wants to get with you. It's just that, hey, your girlfriend might be, on some bozo shit. Or she had to pick her up one day from some random dude's house that you don't know about. There's some truth to that too, UFO. I agree. I agree. I've seen that. But a lot of those female friends, they'll scope you out, see what you got going on, and they'll try to take you from her. And so fake with each other, you probably not the first nigga that she took from her neither. But let's get into it. It's player talk. Listen to this.
The worst kind of nigga is who gonna look you in your face and say, like, I like, oh, what's up? Like, you with somebody, niggas be like, unfortunately, I have a girlfriend.
Unfortunately? Why are you in that relationship then? Unfortunately is crazy.
A few moments.
Now, what he means is this thing's acting weird. What he means is, unfortunately for you, I have a girlfriend. Not unfortunately, I'm in an unfortunate relationship. All right, but let's go.
I don't know nothing about no bodegas, no subways, metros, bacon, egg on a bagel. See, I'm from the South, Georgia specific. We know about peaches. And Black Baptist churches where your granddad is the deacon. J. Cole said he want to fold clothes with his missus. I'm trying to cook, load the washer, let them dry and stack the dishes. Trying to write you letters to the envelope with 100 kisses. Trying to bring you to the South, get a feel for your characteristics. Let you hear from horse's mouth. I want to hear about all your interests. This is not a poem. This just my feelings for you to find. It's not a story, but a prophecy waiting on proper time.
I appreciate you taking the time out to write something like that to me. I know that took time and that took energy and creativity. I appreciate it. I am unfortunately taken.
Unfortunately?
I mean, oh,
you see how fast? Yo, Peas, that wasn't 30 minutes. Yo, that's crazy. Unfortunately, you take it? Nah, son. Nah, fam getting red wine reduction and all that. And this is where you go and not sit.
Look. Now she tried to get up and run from responsibility. He said, sit down.
Unfortunately.
The worst kind of nigga is who gonna look you in your face and say, like, I like, oh, what's up? Like, you with somebody, niggas be like, unfortunately, I have a girlfriend.
Unfortunately? Why are you in
The worst kind of nigga. The worst kind of nigga gonna look you in your face and say, unfortunately, I'm in a relationship. Then you turn around and do the same exact thing. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately? Why are you in that relationship then? Unfortunately is crazy.
A few moments later.
Josh, play another voicemail.
Yo, this is Jarvis all the way from Georgia.
Jarvis.
ABD, I got some reds for you. I don't know nothing about no bodegas, no subways, metros, bacon, egg on a bagel. See, I'm from the South, Georgia specific. We know about peaches. And Black Baptist churches where your granddad is the deacon. J. Cole said he want to fold clothes with his missus. I'm trying to cook, load the washer, let them dry and stack the dishes. Trying to write you letters to the envelope with 100 kisses. Trying to bring you to the South, get a feel for your characteristics. Let you hear from horse's mouth. I want to hear about all your interests. This is not a poem. This just my feelings for you to find. It's not a story, but a prophecy waiting on proper time.
I appreciate you taking the time out to write something like that to me. I know that took time and that took energy and creativity. I appreciate it. I am unfortunately taken.
Unfortunately.
I mean, oh,
you see how fast? Yo, Peas, that wasn't 30 minutes. Yo, that's crazy. Unfortunately, you take it? Nah, son. Nah, fam getting red wine reduction and all that. And then so where you going? Nah, sit down. Ain't no hold on. Unfortunately.
That should tell you all you need to know about women, man. The funny part is that you got a whole black pill and red pill sector of guys that are women worshiping. You know, it's all women worship. All about it. All of it. Women worship. All of it. Oh, man. And like I said, for a lot of you guys, it makes no sense, you know, for you guys to be in these spaces calling yourself, you know, psychoanalyzing and analyzing and really trying to get to the bottom of female nature. If you ain't going to apply no game, if you're going to sit up here and be like, well, I'm just going to, man, I'm finna just pay for it, man. You know, I'm just about to revert back into being a trick. Because you pay for it either way, anyway. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Y'all listening to niggas talk about some, if you broke, don't date. Let me tell you, the main people that's going on the best dates, the main people that's not putting up with half the shit that y'all putting up with, and actually have better dates and have better interactions, get fucked better, and all kinds of shit. You wouldn't believe me if I tell you that the broke man gets smashed better than the millionaire and the guy that's paying all the bills. You wouldn't believe me if I told you that the broke man gets her in rare form because that's vacation, that's getaway. You wouldn't believe me if I told you that that same girl will pay for that broke man and he won't have to hear about it 24/7. Let me play something else for you guys.
Be a man and put me in my place.
I don't want to though.
What?
Like, why can't you just stay in your place?
Because I stopped sometime. You gonna let me walk over you?
No.
So come on, take control. Be a man and put me in my place.
I don't want to though.
What?
Like, why can't you just stay in your place.
Because I snapped sometime. You gonna let me walk over you?
No.
So come on, take control. Next time this happens, what you gonna say?
Stop.
No, try again.
I said stop.
Bitch, I said stop doing that dumbass shit before I really take it there. I'm so sorry. If you want to talk about how this is affecting your
You got to have a backbone to them. You don't got no backbone.
Man, and put me in my place.
I don't want to though.
What?
Like, why can't you just stay in your place?
Because I snapped sometime. You gonna let me walk over you?
No.
So come on, take control. Next time this happens, what you gonna say?
Stop.
No, try again.
I said stop.
Bitch, I said stop doing that dumbass shit before I really take it there. I'm so sorry. If you want to talk about how this is affecting your
If you don't think that you're gonna have to go through that as a quote unquote millionaire, please. Hold on. All that rich shit around you. That bitch will throw that shit. Give me 1 second, guys. Show y'all some more women glitching out. I got some clips though. These are all clips that I got, but I got some clips that I want to show y'all real quick. You those be glitching out. We getting to that stage, you know, where a lot of guys, they're still squares, but they you know, they've caught up, you know. Hold on, y'all. Sitting up there to put me in my place. Yeah, outside. Put that ass outside. We're gonna talk some more about some of the trending topics too going on. We got that stud getting called out by other studs. Even the students had to say what they needed to say about her. Give me 1 second, y'all. Yeah, she'll be calling the cops on him in 6 months. Yeah,
Look at Andrew here. He can't believe his eyes. He can't believe his eyes.
When will God convict you to get rid of the rest of these pics? When is that going to happen? I know it's a process, right? But if you know it's wrong, what is actually stopping you from removing them?
So this is what happened. These goofy ass women. And it's funny because I'd rather see these women get called out by it. I mean, they know better than a lot of the sisters faking and cosplaying as Christians and using religion when it's like convenient for them. That's absolutely devilish activity, by the way. You know, women will have a cross on and they're not right with God, but they want to question, you know, your relationship with God and stuff like that and your manhood when you tell them, "Hey, I take religion seriously, more serious than you, and that's not of the Lord." Or, "Hey, I'm not a super religious guy, but I know the God that you serve." Like, first of all, I don't have to be a Buddhist to date an Asian woman that is one, but I know that Buddha wouldn't want her running around in bathing shorts, in bathing suits and booty shorts, doing OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just certain things that you can put two and two together. So I guess they were having like a conversation, and she was, you know, she was running the religious thing into the ground. And Andrew called her out on it. And take a listen right here. She glitched out. She wanted to sit there and lie to him. Glitched out. Check this out.
Oh, look at Andrew here. He can't believe his eyes.
When will God convict you to get rid of the rest of these pics? When is that going to happen? I know it's a process, right? But if you know it's wrong, what is actually stopping you from removing them right this second?
I listen to God. I don't listen to other people. So
Do you think God wants you to have those pictures on your Instagram?
honestly, if you have a dirty mind, doesn't matter what you look at. I've seen girls who are completely covered up. I've worn dresses that were completely covered up and
blame it on
still
men.
had men look at me.
Would you
Jesus
say that
runs.
God or
He's
Satan would
nothing.
prefer that you had those pictures up on Instagram?
Well, probably if they're not appropriate, most likely Satan.
Then, so how would be the best way to condemn Satan then?
Can't even lie.
Gotcha, bitch.
Can't even lie. Now, fucked up as that is, let's examine this, right? Let's unpack this real quick. Fucked up as that is, she somewhat is a God-fearing woman. For real, think about it. A regular tramp would have just lied. She tried to lie. Well, he cornered her. She turned into bitch McConnell. That's an inside joke. If y'all get it, y'all get it. Y'all look, take that one with you. All right. She turned into Mitch McConnell and glitched. Andrew knew exactly how to corner her. SBE OnlyFans girls will not change a damn thing. Weird ass dudes. That's true. But it's not even just the OnlyFans girls. It's just the woman that got an Instagram account near you. You know what I'm saying? And this is more proof of women catering to Satan. He made her admit that her having that stuff up, that is more of it's more of an allegiance to Satan than it is to God. Imagine going on to whatever podcast thinking you about to talk shit to a bunch of chauvinist pigs, and your barely naked pictures are being called into question.
Oh, look at Andrew here. He can't believe his eyes.
When will God convict you to get rid of the rest of these pics? When is that going to happen? I know it's a process, right? But if you know it's wrong, what is actually stopping you from removing them right this second?
I listen to God. I don't listen to other people. So
Do you think God wants you to have those pictures on your Instagram?
honestly, if you have a dirty mind, doesn't matter what you look at. I've seen girls who are completely covered up. I've worn dresses that were completely covered up and still had men look at me.
Would you
Jesus
say that
runs.
God or
He's
Satan would
nothing.
prefer that you had those pictures up on Instagram?
Well, probably if they're not appropriate, most likely Satan.
Then, so how would be the best way to condemn Satan then?
See?
Gotcha, bitch.
See? Any admission of anything else would be her admitting that she wasn't trying to condemn Satan. And she left those pics up there for the extra attention. And let's say if she was to find herself a God fearing man, she would have to get rid of those pictures anyway. She would have to get rid of those pictures anyway. All right, let's get into this. Shout outs to the dumper.
I was gonna go 2 days without no video, but I'm like, let me give him just one more before we get into this next month. So we gonna be watching her talk about flirting. This is not gonna.
Kamala up there lying too the other day, but I'm gonna give y'all the game. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold up.
Long joint. I promise it's not. But we gonna touch on what she says.
Step 1, how to flirt. IRL version. Because a lot of y'all girlies be getting flustered. There's no need.
This is just a big headed chick with a. But y'all can see that. You didn't need me to tell y'all that.
To be flustered. Pussy runs the world, baby.
All right. Pussy runs the world, y'all. 4 hours and 5 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button. Support the show via Cash App, via PayPal. Let's go.
Pussy runs the world. The exact material a man uses on me, I use on him. Men, give us the key to get in them draws, please. So, for example, I did a video the other day about you want a man to approach you, wear a sports team. You see a man in the grocery store wearing a sports team, perfect material. Y'all, my ADHD is so bad I never finished filming that video. It's the next day. Let's lock back in. So you run into a man at the grocery store. He's wearing a Jacksonville Jaguars sweatshirt. Here's what you do. You push your little cart past his cart, amble on by, and then you say, what you know about that?
Or the opposite.
He's going to be like, what do I know about what? And you say, the Jags. And then he going to say, what do you know about that? That's when you do your cute little giggle.
See? And that's all it is. Y'all are talking, y'all niggas be here having these like deep discussions, not even pickup artists, don't know what they talking about, right? About cold approach. Remember, cause I've bro, this is old shit. Women will only approach you long enough for you to approach them. You see the back and forth, long enough to get him interested in talking to you. You understand what I'm saying? They only talk to you long enough to get you interested in talking to them, and then you just end up pursuing them. All they really got to do is do an opener, or what y'all call an icebreaker. They cold approach you, start some goofy small talk, and then now you're pursuing them. It's like, let me approach you for me. When it really should be about you. Instead of saying, "Oh my God, let me compliment you. I like your what you call it? Your jersey. Is that your favorite team? Wow. Have you ever been to any of their games? Have you? Women's favorite subject is themselves. Like a woman can live herself for hours. You go look at the pictures at the in her house, on her walls, in her bedroom, in pictures of her. You go look at the background on her phone, pictures of her. See the pictures in your phone and on your background might be your favorite football team, or your dream car, or some motivational quote or some shit. Them is pictures of them. You might have a picture of a Porsche on your wall. Them, it's a picture of them on their wall. You might have a picture of a pinup model on your wall. Them, it's a picture of them acting as if they're the pinup model. So even when they approach you, it's not like selflessness, it's selfishness. Let me approach you so you can have the opportunity to talk to me. And to a certain degree, that works with women too. You know, if you have this aura like you lucky I'm talking to you. What's your name? Sometimes you can get to a point of arrogance. You can damn near say that in the relationship. I mean, not in the relationship, the conversation. Like she'll say something you don't agree with. You be like, "Oh, you lucky I'm still talking to you." So, what's your favorite color? Yeah, you can start sneaking that shit in. All right, these are social cues, y'all. Get with it.
And then you say, I was hoping you'd tell me. Boom! In them draws, baby! 2-point conversion. Let's fucking go!
Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm low-key mad that I gotta react to that because I didn't watch this first video. I watched the second one. That's what made me find the first one. So the second one.
And look how a 5 on a normal day can pull you. And I'm gonna tell you, this 5 on a normal day, if she pulls you like that, you're not. A lot of guys are gonna look at her as a 5. They're gonna be like, "Yo, I just met this girl at the grocery store, bro. She like the Jacksonville Jaguars and stuff. Listen to Fulio. Like, she just so cool because you start up playing her. But that's the game, I guess.
I was not ready for this. I'm gonna get in my bag on the second clip. I'm not gonna waste too much time on this one. I'm gonna just say this wouldn't work on me because I don't wear no sports shit anywhere ever except like baseball teams. And I'm gonna tell you something.
Nigga, it is gonna work on.
You know, because I wear like fitteds and all that. And I wear hockey jackets, all that. I'm into basketball and track. Those are the two sports that I'm into. When it comes to ball and all of that, I'll get to that. And when it comes to like, you know, the stuff that I wear, I'll wear some hockey jackets because they cold. You know, I got good fashion. They be satin jackets and shit like that. I get around some white people. Oh, you a Blackhawks fan? I got a black one. I don't even remember the team on that joint. I don't wear.
It really will. And guys are easy. And a lot of women will say, "Oh, well, you shouldn't have standards," or if you know, "Oh, you're sassy," and blah blah blah. That's to get you from not having standards. And notice when you're a guy that when you get a bunch of women, you better listen. You better carry yourself like how they carry themselves. They lousy opportunists. If you're a lousy opportunist type guy, you're gonna get a lot of women because they can see themselves in you. She's not gonna take you seriously if you sitting up there trying to BBL your legs to be 6 feet. You're gonna be like, "Oh, well, girl, I'm 5 feet even, and this is what you're gonna get." I don't give a damn if you want a 6 feet, man. You about to get this 5 foot long, and they're gonna giggle and laugh and still fuck with you. Oh, I want a man that got 6 figures. Like, girl, I don't even have $6. What's your name? Oh, I want a man that got 6 inches. Girl, you gonna take these 3 inches and shut the hell up. What's your name? Like, what? Like, I don't understand why guys don't understand that, like, women are spraying and praying. And the more educated they get, it gets even worse. Law degree. You said that's the secret some women figured out. Yeah, absolutely. They don't need you to have standards. Man will fuck anything. Listen, that's the second half, man. I mean, obviously simps be gassing up these 5s to think that they're 10s, but it didn't even take the internet, because we're yelling at dudes about this before the internet. Dudes have no fucking standards. They're just happy that something or somebody's giving them play. And they're okay with that.
Heard a million times, but it's like Raiders color, black and gray.
A lot of these women will get would if a lot of these dudes had standards. A lot of these women will have no confidence. And listen, that FOMO with women is way worse. It's way worse with women than it is with men. Men will sit there and be an incel and complain all day, even though they got, they got FOMO of a player. But women, if it's not nailed down, even if it's nailed down, even better. They screw anything that's not nailed down. They gotta get that. A lot of times, it's more pressure on women to get that virginity card up off of them from other women than it is for men. A lot of guys know Nick Fuentes is a goddamn virgin, and they're not saying nothing about it, but they'll sit down and chop up politics with him, knowing damn well the first woman that put that cooter on him, if she put that fucking punani on him, that coochie, man, listen, his whole shit gonna change up. That nigga damn near might become a liberal overnight. Don't call her a bitch, bro. Not my girlfriend. Nick think he got friends around him. Wait until he get abroad. That's why in that fake ass black pill community, them dudes and your little friends over there in the black pill community, they try to keep you black pill. Let you be in that community and you go over there and go get you a girlfriend. Man, them niggas will disown you. They'll feel like you joined another gang, but have the nerve to call themselves. That's voluntary self. You volunteering. You should be happy when your man gets a girlfriend. But guess what? They know dudes don't know what they doing. They know. And I got some more videos on that, because for some reason last week it was time for all of these cats to talk shit and challenge the manosphere, and the red pill is doing this to men and doing that to men, and these niggas, it's like, I don't even want to talk to these niggas. It's like, you got a girlfriend, don't you? You're not even talking. That's your girlfriend talking for you, bro. It's cool. You'll be right back. Get into one fucking argument. She gonna tell you how much of a man you ain't. Because if you sitting up there denouncing the red pill because she don't like it, or people from it, or it will allow you to see through her, and she can't manipulate you as much in the relationship, she got all the game. And then you dumb as hell coming out and telling people that, like somebody cares if you're a red pill, like niggas in the red pill. Like we supposed to look at you like, oh no, don't leave, bro. Come back to the red pill. We miss you. We need you. Don't leave, dude. If you're not gonna watch it, just gradually stop, and she'll see like, oh, you don't watch Andrew Tate like you used to. Oh, you don't watch Fresh and Fit like you used to. Okay. But to get on here, you know, the red pill made me angry and it made me mad. And I'm not going to be red pill no more because I got me a girlfriend. And my girlfriend, she said that bad right there. You don't want the Andrew Tate. You don't want the, that's so bad. I need a woman to think for me. Of course she's supposed to think that's bad. I'm a new guy she's trying to manipulate. Of course that's going to happen. I don't have no concept of the honeymoon phase. What's going on, Link? Good to see you, player. You're getting that body count down. Good to see you, bro. It's player talk. Let me know if you guys want to do movie night tonight. I definitely will have a little bit of extra time. We can do some movie night. And plus, it's the night where time goes back, so it's probably the best night to do it, you know. But let me know. Player Talk Radio, let's get it.
And they be thinking I'm a fan of these. Nigga, I don't even know these squads. I don't even know these squads for real. And the thing is, I won't fake. So, yeah, I'll tell them straight up, bro, I just got this for the look. Same thing with your white people when I go, oh, man, the Blue Jays are good, bro. I don't give a fuck about no Blue Jays. Can't name one player that ever played for that squad. Not one. I just got this for fashion. Now, when we get past that, the football shit, I don't ever wear nothing football related. But the thing about men, which y'all all are men, most American men love football and can talk about football all day. And it'd be the worst shit when I'll go inside like a job or something like that, or I'll be somewhere, it'd be a TV on or whatever. Niggas get to talking football, start talking about motherfucking Puka Nacua and they fantasy league and all of this shit. And they look at me and I tell them, bruh, I'm not into none of that. I'm not even gonna cap. And let me tell you, that'd be some of the most disappointing shit for a lot of dudes. They be so disappointed that you're not into football. Now, I'm gonna tell you something before I get to men in general in a moment. What a lot of creators in this space would do, because I'm sure it's a lot that's not really into football like that. They will try and do, because this is the things that niggas do. One or two things. If they not into football, they do the whole, like, you know, only losers got time to watch football. Who was sitting up laying on the couch drinking Bud Lights? You guys are bums. You need to be going and getting your 401k and your motherfucking Roth IRA. You need to be maxing out your Roth IRA. Why is your Roth IRA not maxed out yet? You know, why are you don't have a jet. Why are you watching the Jets? You know, so you'll have some motherfuckers like that in the financial space and the man space. But then you have other motherfuckers in your real life. These are the niggas who, like, they hang their identity on this shit and they hang their masculinity. Oh, man, you know, what type of man are you? You don't watch football. Oh, shit, man. Do you even got hair down there, buddy? You know, that type of shit. Like, so motherfuckers be on that weird shit. But let me get to the main point. Most men absolutely love football. That's number one. And they love to talk about football. American men. So if you catch a nigga and he actually, because there's so many niggas that don't got a jersey, or so many people that don't have any NFL jerseys, that absolutely watch football every Sunday, every Thursday, every Monday. They in fantasy leagues. They don't own one jersey. If you got a guy that owns a jersey, oh my God, he could talk up your bro. He's going to talk your face off about that shit. So if you could unlock that, like, yeah, he's gonna fuck with you. Now, there's an elephant in the room. We'll get to that with the next clip.
I ran a social experiment on men today in Publix. Did not go how I expected. I'm a scientist, so the scientific method 100% applies here. The hypothesis was, if you harass men the way that they harass you, they will be jarred and confused. That is 1000% not the case, because men want to be harassed. That is the learning out of this entire story. Anyway, let me get right to the point. I walk into Publix and I walk up to say, "Smile, sweetheart," thinking it would jar, confuse, and befuddle him. Instead, he liked it. Loved it, actually. Gave me his number. So I was like, you know what? This is probably a fluke, an outlier even. Let's try it again in the frozen section. Second number, unlocked. He loved it. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is this is part 2 of Flirting 101. You want a man to ask for your number or give you his number? Literally walk up to him and say the things you hate most that men say to you. And clearly, smile, sweetheart, works. Clock it.
You remember when I said there was an elephant in the room? This is the elephant. The elephant is, it is not hard for women to get men at all. This is highlighted by her saying, smile for me, sweetheart, or whatever she said, smile, sweetheart. She considers that harassment. She considers those words harassment. That is very polite. But this is the thing, a lot of women consider those words harassment. The thing is, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. This is some real shit. If they didn't have any men giving them attention at all for years, like a woman as an individual, if no man wanted to deal with her, she couldn't get a man's attention for anything. Anything. And then somebody mildly attractive said the same thing, she would light up like a Christmas tree. But the thing is, no matter what a woman looks like, if they have a online profile, they're getting an abundance of attention, like ridiculous amounts of attention. Even then, in real life, they were getting a lot of attention before social media even came into play. Everywhere they go, from the grocery store to the job, doctor's office, they just getting attention everywhere they go. And this is why pimps say, the women choose. Because you as a guy, you can go and pursue, you can go and lay your Mac down, you can go and, holler, you could do whatever you do. At the end of the day, she has to make a choice. She has to make a choice because you're not the only guy that's getting that ever. Like, that's just what it is. She has to accept your advances. That's how the game works. So when we talk about a guy getting approached, don't let the woman be mildly attractive to him. And don't let the woman be highly attractive to him. Like, it's nothing. Of course they're gonna go. Of course they're gonna go. So that's the elephant in the room. Like, men are not hard because of the things that I mentioned already. Now, when we get past that, we have to go and talk about harassment and the things women don't like to hear, don't want to hear. It's extremely funny that we are this deep into not just, dating and life and pop culture and all that stuff, but the internet and a lot of the dating content out there, a lot of the stuff that you've seen in movies, a lot of the narratives that existed before that, the internet. And the reason I say all of that is because it's so funny that women still don't understand themselves. It's funny that women still don't understand themselves when it comes to that right there. And even then, it's possible she does understand, but she's speaking to women. So it's like womenese, like they know what it means. They know what she means. It's not really meant for us. And I'll get to the womanese in a moment, but this is what it is. Harassment. First off, the words are not harassment. Smile, dear, or smile, sweetie, or anything like that. Smile for me. Like, that is not harassment by itself. Those words are not harassment. So they're polite. Now, I'll tell you what could be harassment. Pop that ass, bitch. I'll tell you what could be harassment. Goddamn, that ass fat. I'm trying to fuck what's good. That could be considered harassment. But this is the thing. If you were denied, or if she ignores you or anything like that, and you keep pursuing, not only could that be considered annoying, but that could absolutely be considered harassment. Now, when I say that, a woman is allowed to consider anything harassment, but I'm talking about things that universally, if you present this to most people, everybody, for the most part, will agree that those things have a higher probability, or just a high probability by themselves, of being harassment. So from a word standpoint, it really doesn't check out. And when we take a step past just the words, and we already talked about the actions of being persistent. She's not even talking about being persistent, so that's irrelevant. What really determines if something that polite is considered harassment is who it's said by. That is the determining factor in a lot of cases on what's harassment and what's not. Because if you say, smile, sweetie, or smile for me, sweetheart, or just smile, sweetheart, if you ask a bunch of dudes, is that...
It depends on who says it. Like y'all gotta stop trying to unpack this shit with logic. I'll show you some harassment. Y'all want to see what harassment is? But it's the truth.
Wipe your booty hole properly. Wipe your booty hole until there's no more brown. Wipe your booty hole properly. Wipe your booty hole properly.
That's harassment. Y'all want to know what harassment is? This is harassment.
Wipe your booty hole properly. Wipe your booty hole until there's no more brown. Wipe your booty hole properly. Wipe your booty hole properly.
Oh! First thing you see when you get up drinking your coffee, wipe your booty hole properly. Let's go.
Wipe your booty hole properly. Wipe your booty hole until there's no more brown. Wipe your booty hole properly. Wipe your booty hole properly.
Yeah, it depends on how the guy looks. It depends on how the guy looks, Ghostman Kang. But either way, wipe your booty hole properly.
Wipe your booty hole properly. Wipe your booty hole until there's no more brown. Wipe your booty hole properly. Wipe your booty hole properly.
Wipe your booty hole properly. Till there's no more brown. Wipe your booty hole properly. Oh my goodness. Hold on, guys. Holy shit.
That harassment. You know, just those words by itself. If a stranger says that to you, I would like to think most of them are going to say no, especially if a woman says that to you. But this is the thing. When it comes to women, if Mr. Yuck says that shit, if Dusty McQuack says that shit, 1000% harassment, call the police, get the pepper spray clutched. Get it ready, because you might have to bear spray a motherfucker. Because they don't get the bear spray for the bears. The bears are cool. They chill with the bears. They kick it with the bears. They sit on the couches with the bears. They love Berenstain Bears. They love all the types. They love the Chicago Bears. They love bears. They don't love men, so you know the fucking bear spray is for men. But if Mr. Yuck comes at her, that's where that shit goes. Now let's step it up a notch, or a couple notches, or a lot of notches, whatever. Let's say that the guy is somebody that the woman finds physically attractive. We'll just even say highly physically attractive to go all the way to the end of the spectrum. Let's not stop there. Let's say that this is a well-known guy in the area that she's from. She doesn't know him, but this is a well-known guy. On top of that, He has pre-selected all the women, even women that she knows, wants him. We could just stop there. But we could take it a step further, which is what we're going to do. Let's say that he is a leader of man and he has clout. Whatever type of status you want to give him as far as a leader of man. He could own a real estate company. He could be a fucking promoter at a popping club, whatever the case may be. You take that individual with all those things going on, and he says, smile for me, sweetheart. She's gonna fucking smile. She's gonna blush. She's gonna fucking giggle. And she probably gonna say something to the motherfucker. She probably gonna try and engage in some conversation. It's not harassment then, but let me take it all the way to the tippy top. If Chris Brown say that, it is not considered harassment. It's just not considered harassment. She would be ecstatic. We don't even gotta say her, just most women would be ecstatic that Chris Brown spoke to them at all. They would be ecstatic. So as far as harassment, harassment varies based on who, you're talking to or who's talking to her. And that's not rocket science. That's not no fucking theory I made up. These things, these concepts existed before me. Now, being that I laid that out, remember I said womanese and all that, like speaking to women in a language that they understand. I'm listening to it and I'm taking it as, she's talking like this is universally considered harassment and all women consider this harassment. And then, I do the whole thing where I explain, well, the different types of men, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's possible that women innately know when she says harassment, she's talking about from unattractive men because they deal with the same thing. They immediately in their minds thought of an unattractive man saying that shit. They didn't think of Morris Chestnut saying that shit. But the thing is, I could be giving her and them too much credit because for her to think that that's like harassment to the point that she takes that to other men and thinks that there would be a negative effect. To me, there's an extreme disconnect from reality and just understanding the dynamics between men and women. But this is the thing, man. And I'm going to keep it so real with you. I don't care how it sounds. You can take it however you want. You know who doesn't ever they have the convenience of never understanding the dynamics between men and women. Women. They never feel the necessity to understand it. And when they get confused or they be confused that they not getting results, so they go to fucking Tasha K. They go to Steve Harvey to get pandered to because they don't really want help. They want to hear what they want to hear. They don't really want the truth. They want their biases fed. I'm talking about the majority. I'm sure there's some who definitely want the truth and et cetera, but that's just how it works for them. So
All right, I had to go out and come back in. Hold on, guys. Please hit the like button, support the show. Going out of my way to give you all some great content. Let's get it.
But that's just how it works for them. So they have the luxury of being completely ignorant to how the dynamics between men and women work. Now, as far as men, if a man has that luxury, he's got to be a fucking prince or something. Because even the most bitch-getting dudes that you know, they go through some shit. They go through some shit with women to where they have to learn to some degree to figure this stuff out to some degree. And I'm not saying they got to come to the internet or anything like that, but in some way, they figure it out to some degree. They know certain things without even ever touching this side of the internet. Oh, and before we leave, one thing I just wanted to say that I think is cool. She used to work too. She has that pin on her, her joint. So yeah, I just wanted to say that because I thought it was nifty on Swifty. So anyways, let me know your thoughts about the video. I'm gone.
At this time, had any...
All right, hold on. We did cover this story. I'm gonna do a whole separate show about this story. So they found her guilty, but they found Alicia Andrews guilty for Julio's death, but they got it down to murder. They got it down to manslaughter, which is crazy. So she didn't get the conspiracy to commit, this. They kind of let her off easy. So, and I'm not sure if this is true, but I think I've said this to you guys before. They had I think they had like a plea deal on the table for her at first, where she was supposed to get like 18 years, and then they tried to say that she turned it down and went to trial. And when they said that she turned it down and went to trial, now she could get tried for life. Well, I don't think there was a plea table at all. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there was a plea deal on the table at all. So she ended up her defense was so stupid, and right here they made her take the stand. Like she literally took the stand in her own case, and they kind of caught her lying in certain parts. But then again, they were throwing alley-oop questions. Like she was answering alley-oop questions and certain things like that. So it was pretty interesting. But we're gonna go over that because I want to do a deep dive cross-examining that, probably that a little bit. But this whole court proceeding shit was crazy. You know. Give me 1 second, guys. Having trouble with my damn signal. Please hit the like button, support. All right, let's get it. Please hit the Cash App rolling at the bottom. But we're gonna get into this. And later on we're gonna cover this case because she I think the max she can get is like 15 years. And then remember, she's been locked up for like maybe like a year or something, so she might get time served. And then you get like you get like a like a probation or something. So that's crazy. They be letting women off with all kinds of shit. As as you know. Then again, we got some other stuff to cover. You got Abba and Preach here going in again on Fresh and Fit. Here's their response to Myron dragging them. I guess they got their new studio set up, so let's go.
Yeah, and we're gonna keep going. Number 73 right here.
Need to box me. No, mother. Preach can't fight all your battles, and we'll show you guys all the text messages. That's one of the biggest lies that they tell to this day, saying that we ran away from the boxing match. We lied to you guys. That was never a fucking wife.
You know, Myron was getting upset, so then he decided to open on us.
Look at Myron showing up in our live stream chats, huh? Yapping away. You mad? You mad?
You got AI pictures in?
Yeah, that was corny as That's corny as
All right, I'm starting to get irritated with this damn signal. All right, if you guys could please hit the like button, support the show. I'm getting irritated with this damn signal. Let's go.
You got AI pictures in?
Yeah, that was corny as That's corny as
Hey, don't I look like DC Cormier? Don't I look like the DC, like the
Daniel Cormier? Yeah.
I look like Daniel Cormier on that shit. I ain't mad at it. Made me look like a UFC fighter.
So I always like it because, you know, Myron gets very upset and very heated every time, and then I have a good laugh. So why don't we play the video of Myron?
Bro, wait. Look at the painting behind me. The real painting is supposed to be a lady. That's a white dude. What kind of AI are you using? This ain't Sora.
That is true. It's a black woman too, but you know how he feels about them.
Yes.
He said, I don't care, even in my jokes, get them
white.
He put a white dude instead of a black one. This is not going to help him out on this video.
Oh my God.
That's a good catch. That's a good catch.
Great.
Let's go ahead and start this timeline right from the beginning. We're going to go back to 2021. April 26, 2021.
Whoa. That's not the start of this timeline.
That's not where it started. That's not where it started.
We don't really talk about this much because it's kind of boring to get into details. But since he brought up the timeline, I always like to do this. So before we even met these guys, a lot of you guys don't know this, and he didn't include in his narrative, is that before I ever met this guy, before we ever went on this pod, a month before, he decided to get on a podcast and be a little spicy. And I'll explain why, because I'm going to, for the first time, do a little bit of behind the scenes, okay? But here it is. I'm gonna pull it up on screen.
I'm gonna take a bit from everybody, and I was like kind of like taking notes in my head as
all right. So you can see right there it says March 7th, 2021. We didn't go on the podcast, or me specifically, until the next month afterwards. Okay, and you guys can hear.
Well, they broke the cardinal sin. You don't. I mean, and I think all of us kind of have at this point, you know, but like. You really don't want to talk about politics, you know. When you and that's why I was like, the manosphere should just hide their political stance, because there's a lot of Democrats here, there's a lot of people here. You can't really say that, hey, all of these guys are Republicans, all of these guys are conservative, all of these guys are this, all of these guys are that. Nah, man, you can't. You know, shout outs to everybody here. 4 hours and 48 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button. Support the show via Cash App, via PayPal. If you guys are enjoying the content, please show some love. I'm going to give you guys the game. That's when the space fucked up. It starts talking about its political. When you get into politics, man, whew. Especially when you have an audience like that. Like if you have a like liberal, like if you have a suburb audience, it's like it's safe to say most of the people in your audience is probably on the left, you know. But it's just that a lot of guys cling to the red pill stuff, so they like, oh, I gotta tell the truth and tell it how it is, and it nukes their platform. You know, if you have a super suburban audience, bro, you just nuked your platform. gone. So
what he said for himself.
This is what I think. They ain't in it.
Why fresh and this is why what you call it Alba and Preach, they're really red pill for real. They just, but if you like, it's like being in a room full of, let's say you're in a room full of red pill people, right? Let's just say you're in a room full of quote unquote red pill people. When you're in a room full of red pill people, you might not be the most red pill person in that room. Does that make sense? So what Alba and Preach is they do have red pill standpoints when it comes to certain things, or takes on things that their audience probably won't rock with them on. But the thing is, it's like they're like, listen, if you rock with us on this, then you gotta rock with us on that. And it's like you really don't have to. But the type of people that they have to appease, they kind of have to, because those are the people that's supporting their content. You know? So so the moment you stop rocking with what they're rocking with, you're kind of like, the public enemy number one. So you need other people in front of you, that's quote unquote more red pilled than you, or at least more extreme than you, even though they believe in the same thing. You need them in front of you acting a tomfool to make it look like you ain't a part of that, or you ain't just as bad, or you don't agree with what they're talking about. So that's really what's happening. I read right through it, but let's go.
Like we are, you know what I'm saying? They took what they needed, got the clout, got the girls. Now, you know what? I can start to observe some of these blue pill ideals that I used to have. Anybody that has common sense understands that the RP and everything else like that, alpha, beta, all these, they're placeholder terms to explain things. It doesn't necessarily mean, oh, we're all here watching the Matrix. Red pill, blue pill, purple pill. No, you idiot. Like, stop being stupid. It's simply an analogy to help people understand the differences between the truth, the lies, etc.
So to be clear, right now he's talking about me specifically, but it's fine.
He was in the middle of his RP awakening, but he didn't fully take it in. Here it is. And he doesn't understand. If this guy was to meet a bad chick, he will still get taken to the cleaners. As much as he wants to prenup all other stuff, he ain't ready.
I want y'all to pay attention to how he acted when I asked him about the comments he had made before I ever came on the podcast. Again, I never spoke to this guy. He was talking spicy, saying I'd get fucking taken over by a girl, that, he called me an idiot, stupid. Oh, you guys are married? And then he played some little song. It's fine. I don't mind. You felt like we were kind of blue-pilled, right?
I don't remember. What show was this one?
This was on. This was
Rollo Donovan. We were all together.
Donovan Sharp's live.
They did a video about basically the red pit.
Shout out to Fresh. Myron's trying to escape accountability and any kind of. What show was this on? Nigga, you said that shit like a month ago. Shut the f up. But Fresh couldn't skip. I remember when you was talking shit about him. He threw some right under the bus.
We've got so many streams, bro. I'm trying to remember which one.
I remember.
Oh man,
I remember. Oh, me. I remember. It was. Wait, it was. He threw him under the bus. He was driving.
Yes.
Picking coconuts in Barbados.
And also, you guys might not remember this era. This is the era where Myron was accepting his balding nature, and he just looked different. Now he's got the Indian hairline. He pushed the shit far forward, and you guys might not recognize this person, but that is indeed Amru Fuddle.
I'm trying. I would say
chat. They're all laughing at him. Look at this dude, and this is what I mean. A lot of content creators do this, right? They'll talk spicy before you know each other. And then when you even ask them about it, they're like, I have amnesia. I don't even care. But just stand on what the fuck you said. And this guy was just such a coward about it. It made me look at him very differently right away.
He said, I was going to get taken to the cleaners if I met a baddie.
Well, here's the thing. So you can only go off. You can only assume. That's what human nature is, right?
I also find it funny that he came with the smoke.
Yes. So whenever that's big and he says all this huffing and puffing, just know he's actually quite the big pussy when it comes to things like this. But it was just a funny moment to me. Did you have your RP awakening?
No.
How come you haven't awakened yet?
Well, I like sleeping, nigga.
2021, as you guys know, Abba came down to Miami and did a podcast with us, and Preach called in back from Canada. You guys can go ahead and watch the interview. I can link it below. If you Preach was basically being a little bitch throughout the entire interview, acting as if he doesn't want to be there or whatever.
I didn't know who these guys were. I had no clue who they were. Abba introduced them to me as, oh, we're gonna do a podcast, this and that, doesn't tell much. They asked me a question. So I'm like, all right, let me take in consideration what was going on, and let me formulate what I have to say.
Wait, are you gonna talk about the thing with the?
Yes.
Hold on. No. Okay. You know what? Why don't I pull up?
There's some people that don't know how to have conversation with people they're attracted to. They freeze up and they're just like, so do you like? Yeah, they don't know how to act.
So yeah, just gave him an example. So what's going on with these masks? Oh, shit. Oh.
Hey, we got 4,000. I can't see. 4,921 of you niggas in here. Yeah. Like the goddamn video, you ninja watchers. You ninja watchers, I was looking at the YouTube numbers, and over 55% of you guys don't like the video. You fucking ninja watchers, this shit pissing me off. You gotta make threats right now.
Right now, like the video, sub to the channel, sub to Ivan Freak.
Yeah,
and right now, guys, do it right now. If not, we're gonna do it. You're gonna do it right now.
No, don't do it. We have guests in house. We have guests in house.
Yo, we gotta make threats.
Guys, right now, you're gonna see my feet and you're gonna smell them.
No.
We do got guests right now. Don't do it. Wait. How many likes we got right now?
We got about 2.7K likes.
Oh, no. You don't like the video right now. Fucking ninja watchers. They know that shit. 500 likes right now. This sucks. You guys gotta like the goddamn video right now.
I'm right now.
All right, ninja out.
Ninja out.
What were you thinking when you saw that?
I'm the guest on your show. You ask me a question. I take the time to answer your question, even though if I don't agree with what you're saying, I'm like, all right, let me give this a try. You interrupt me for what?
Advantage.
Like it's long.
That shit's dope. Date bayo.
Hey man, listen.
It was going on and on and on. There was no point. I didn't understand what they were saying. What was this about? I tried to comprehend.
They were trying to get the likes up. Hey man, you gotta go through certain measures, but okay.
And I'm trying to make eye contact with Abba, like, dude, what is going on? And the only, oh man, it was crazy. It's like, what was that? They come back on screen and they start talking, and I'm like,
so we're not gonna talk about this?
We're not gonna talk.
Look at kidnaps.
Guys, like the video, please.
I'm a Preach. Was that funny or was that crazy?
No, it was a
Preach, what's your thought?
I didn't know I was.
Maybe it's a segment that I'm not aware of.
Wow, you should have rehearsed that thing. Hey.
You're being nice.
I was trying to be nice.
You were trying to be nice.
I was trying to be nice, because you know.
But you know what? Being nice is fucking feminine, and that's why you gay.
Yas.
One of the debates that we had was about paying for box, right? Our position was, we don't think guys should be paying for box because you're not going to get genuine burning desire. Their position was, hey, pay for box anyway, it doesn't matter.
No, that's not what our position was. And even him, I'm going to play the clip of what we actually said. But
I know some girls who work in escorting, and they tell me like they got regular dudes, very respectful. They follow the same protocol, and for them, it's just a good way to get their rocks off because they're into weird stuff, or maybe they're just like, man, I ain't got time. I work too much. I'm in town for a weekend. You ready? Cool. Let's go. Let's do this. Yeah. And it's simple. So
the position was simple. The reason why some people might be inclined to go to sex workers and why it might be good for them, I gave two reasons. One of them, if you have like a weird kink, maybe you're just need somebody who's a professional, because not everybody's going to be able to go to a regular person with their weird kinks. And the second example I gave is that there's some people who are very wealthy and they like to travel. And sometimes when they travel in the city, they don't have time to go dating apps and do all this stuff. So they might just hire someone. So when people go to Vegas, that's why they get an escort.
And everybody says that. No, I'm just so busy. I'm just so busy running my Fortune 500 company. Who has time to sit there and get to know somebody. Yeah, just do something that can put me in jail. That's the spirit. You just do something illegal where I got to look over my shoulder and could possibly get put in jail. That's the spirit. That's the best way to do it. Gotcha.
For example, that's why I say another shout out to me. I had a decent glow up, right? Showing up as someone's Ethiopian auntie. That outfit was crazy. I had a decent glow up, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, see,
100%.
and that's why they say you're gay. You need to stop being nice and complimentary, bro.
Fuck you, nigga.
Much better.
Okay.
Proud of you, bro.
Yeah, if we get demonetized, you know why. It's my fault. My bad. That's how you do it, Myron. When you get demonetized, you just say it was my fault. Carry on.
That's not the way to go.
Respect. We had a good discussion on it. You know, buried the hatchet on some things that we didn't agree with. And it was pretty much, then on top of that, it was such a good discussion that I actually came back and did the after hour show later on that night.
This nigga lies like he breathes. I didn't come back and do the second show. I went in for the first show. And they're like, by the way, we're going to start the second show in 30 minutes. So I was like, all right, I'm already here. But I was already on the fence a little bit.
Oh, in the meantime, you sent me a text. Help me. You really did.
Facts.
I was like, yo, because I was like, how's the show? Because I was really off of it. And I was like, it's like, yo, help me. I'm like, I'm here. You're over there.
And I need you guys to go back to 2021. At the time, I wasn't really familiar with these guys that deeply. I didn't know how weird they were, okay? So I stayed for the after hour show. And if you watch me on the after hour show, I was weirded out throughout the whole show. They did a bunch of stuff beforehand and during the show that I didn't like. One thing I asked them is don't bring a bunch of 19-year-olds to the fucking show and the panel, because I'm not interested in talking with 19-year-olds about dating and marriage. Like, that's and sure enough, and I also asked them just to make sure the panel wasn't exclusively white. And what did they do? It was like entirely white passing people. So, you know, it's fine. It wasn't like a big thing for me. But then throughout the whole thing, just the arguments that they were having and the kicking people out, when you're really there and you're watching, it's like, this is so unnecessary. I was able to have calm discussions with everybody. These guys were very antagonistic and unproductive. So by the halfway point, I was already over it. And then they asked me to stay for the after hour. I'm like, nigga, I'm out. I called somebody and I was out of that bitch. And I didn't go back since then. So that's a more accurate description, but it's okay.
But they come out with a video called Fresh and Fit Are Capping Hard. We debated on legalizing selling poom poom. Now, I thought this was weird because in my eyes, I was like, wait, you were just here 4 months ago. We already had a discussion on this. Why would you put a video out saying that we're liars? You know, we lay into them, right? We start roasting them. I start making fun of Abba and Preach. I start making fun of Preach, his fat wife or his fat girlfriend, whatever it was. We say some shit like we're going to send him back to a boat, send him back to Haiti in a boat, whatever. We're just fucking around, right? Talking shit. Because these guys are supposed to be comedians. These guys are supposed to be funny and have a sense of humor. And we're like, yo, you know what? We'll challenge y'all to a boxing match, right? I box Abba, Fresh boxes Preach. So they drop a video the next day, and it's called August 17, 2021, called They Talked About His Wife, Asked Him to Box, So Preach Accepted.
I see the video, and I'm like, oh, bet. He calls me, and he's like, you want film? I'm like, yeah.
Nah, he would, man, listen, we were around, we covered the whole thing. Preach was like, don't talk about my wife. Why you go off on my wife? He talk about my wife. So I guess they used like a picture of some land whale, and they were like, I guess they used it as bait, or maybe that was his wife, because you know people were saying, what the hell? Hold on, guys. Oh, this thing went out. Hold on, guys. They were saying that maybe it was his wife, maybe it wasn't. Then they said it wasn't. And then come to find out it was. I don't know. But let's go.
So Abba doesn't know at all what I was about to. I didn't even know what I was about to say.
If you watch that video, actually, you can see me start chuckling because I'm realizing what he's saying.
He's like, what? And mind you, I'm going to give you a behind the scene. Is I get to his place.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you. No, you don't have to say it. I'll tell you what he did. Because I was sitting editing, and this guy opens the door to my room. He doesn't take off his backpack. I think you had some on your back, right?
I was on my motorcycle, so I had my backpack. Yeah.
So this guy comes up, and he's just... and I'm facing forward. And he's just hovering.
And he turns around, he's like, nigga, you good?
And then he looks at me, he goes like this, he goes,
yeah?
Yeah.
Listen, I didn't even know what I was about to say. And he starts speaking the whole video. I don't say squat. And the problem in this, I'm going to tell you what the problem is that I believe that we're from a different generation. A generation that when you used to talk like that person is going to pull up. And I was like, yo, my parents, I'm supposed to go see my parents in the States. So I'm supposed to go, so let's go. I was like, yeah, I'm going to take both of y'all. I'm going to take one bitch, and I'm going to take the other bitch. Twin sisters. That's what happened.
You know what?
I didn't even know.
But this is how you know Preach is just aura farming. Because, like... Because the line isn't good, but because he said it, it's fire. And it's stuck ever since.
And what's funny to me is that I already accepted it, and he's trying to twist it like, yeah, Abba refused. Hey, I'm still here. I'm the original acceptor.
No, actually, he got you saying that that you're over it. You don't want to do the boxing match no more. Literally, he was on a different show saying it, but they might edit that part out because remember, I played that part too.
Like I
and you were also the insulted party.
I'm the one that got insulted. I'm the one. I'm still there. You try to no, it's Abba. No. It was me. You too.
Later on that night, guys, we do After Hours. So they dropped their hit piece on us about we disrespected his wife and his country, and then we dropped this video right here. We did After Hours, but we said this at the beginning of the After Hours show.
Real fast. On this podcast, we talk about accountability, okay? Yeah. And we are not above taking accountability. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, we made a mistake, okay? It is not cool to insult a man's country and or wife live on air.
And at this point, guys, we were done with it. As you guys know,
no, they were not.
They kept making videos because they realized if you make videos on Fresh and Fit, you're gonna get a lot of views. Because these guys were dead before we showed up, honestly. And you guys can see, if you look at their Social Blade stats, they were getting like maybe 10K. They had like 1.3 million. These guys were fucking dead in the water until we started making fun of them and so we got into this.
AI pictures are horrid. The AI pictures, come on, B.
I want to point everything on Preach, knowing that damn well both of us are not going to fight Preach, bro. Come on, man. Preach can't fight all your battles, and we'll show you guys all the text messages. That's one of the biggest lies that they tell to this day, saying that we ran away from the boxing match. It was Abba that ran away from the boxing match. It wasn't Preach, it wasn't me, and it wasn't Fred.
Did you see that? The AI pictures.
What did they do to Walter? Why does Walter have...
What did it do to him? Back it up. No, bring it back. What did it to him? You know damn well that Twiggy don't look like that.
Do you think he put in the prompt, whiten my skin, please? I feel like that was in the prompt.
Yo, we're talking shit about his wife and his country. Bro, it wasn't his wife. Dumbass Preach goes on the Saucecast, and this is what he says.
Instead of going after what we said about their takes, they went personal.
That was August or something like that. That was like
way later.
Way later.
They found a picture of someone, and I'm going cheek to cheeks with that person, right? We're cheeks to cheeks, and we're blowing a kiss. And they took that picture and they said, that's his wife. Got him. It's not my wife.
No, got you, you fucking liar. So let's get this straight. You guys go ahead and orchestrate an entire fucking beef of us insulting your wife and your country. You run with it for views and clout, and you guys try to make the situation look a lot worse than it really was.
We
and orchestrated and kept up with the lie for a year plus after the fact to go ahead and try to paint us as assholes for making fun of your fat wife.
You know what I say? I feel like, remember that guy who was like manipulation?
Manipulation.
Yeah.
He's low IQ. You know what I mean? He called your wife a bunch of names.
Yeah.
And then in a future stream, then just threw a picture up and said, that's the person.
Yeah, they were all boys being boys.
But he just spoke about your wife without anything. So that's why, I don't know why he's pretending like
exactly.
we were.
But that's what he's trying to spin the narrative. And saying that we orchestrated that. We didn't tell you, hey, by the way, okay, so what you're going to do is you're gonna insult my wife. And we're going to, it's not what happened. You willy-nilly decided to do that.
Yep.
You decided to go personal.
Yep.
That was you. And it came to me after that. Some people reported, hey, by the way, they used the picture and then I went and looked and I saw that they sent me a clip of what happened and who you.
Well, this is the thing. This is what was happening around that time. Trump was going in on Haiti, if y'all don't remember, and they were saying that the Haitians were eating the dogs, and people was trying to talk about people from Haiti like it was all good. When rap music, especially around that time and right before, they were praising Haitians. You know, I came out of nowhere. Y'all don't like Haitians no more? Like, what happened? You know, what happened? Y'all not fucking with Haitians no more? And I'm like, y'all might want to tone down on some of that Haitian hate. You know, might want to tone down on some of that Haitian hate, because for the simple fact is, they taking over hip hop. They damn near in all the rap videos, Future and all of them. You got Kodak Black, Jack Boy, all kinds of, you know, different Haitians. So it's not a good idea, you know, to be talking, you know, crazy about Haiti. And slowly but surely, a lot of people was talking crazy about Haitians. And there's this big dude that works with Fresh and Fit. I forgot the dude's name. Shout outs to Wolf. Wolf probably know his name. Or you guys probably know his name. He used to work, I think, the switchboard, or he still works the switchboard. And they didn't know that he was Haitian. And they were making a bunch of Haitian jokes and stuff like that. And he kind of got offended. And people was like, oh, yeah, he need to fight somebody there, or he need to leave, or whoop-de-whoop, you know? So that was around that weird time where everybody was going in for people from Haiti. And shout outs to my Haitian, man. Sac passe, you know? But, hey. And then I'm like, bro, y'all are in Miami. Now, I don't know if y'all ever been to Miami. I used to live in Florida. I used to live in you know what I'm saying, in Broward County, Fort Lauderdale, you know what I'm saying, Pembroke, Miramar, Pembroke Pines area. And listen, going in on Haitians ain't a great idea, you know. But hey, let's go.
Who you saying?
You want to know?
So I haven't seen none of that.
You want to know how this is not true? It's very easy. You never heard us ever claim that they posted a picture of his wife.
No, never did.
We never claimed that, not a single time, because that's not our claim. Now, we both know the individual that they posted the picture of.
Yeah,
and
started doing
it
comedy,
annoyed
right?
us a lot because it sent unnecessary harassment to somebody who has nothing to do with anything. So these guys doxed this person for no reason, didn't know who she was. A bunch of people sent her a lot of hate and hateful comments. So imagine you're just existing and all of a sudden you get a brigade of people. I don't know if you thought this, but I thought this, it would feel really weird if they're like, oh, this is his wife, look how ugly she is. And then you come out afterwards and be like, oh my God, that's not my wife. And it's like, why would you disown the person that you know? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you guys realize how many people have contacted me about Myron in his childhood.
Yes.
Friends sent me high school pictures of his family,
Walter
a
and
whole
stuff,
bunch of. I've never posted any of it because at the end of the day, no matter how this guy might be, no matter how much I'm upset with his parents for allowing this person to exist, right? I would never think of ever posting anything about them.
I've always thought it was strange that they never talk about their personal lives. They never talk about what they do. But then again, when you're someone like Abba, who's getting pegged while you're on all fours, you probably don't want to share too much because it's probably embarrassing. Because at the end of the day, he's a sodomite and he's never going to be able to live that shit down.
I always love when he says this.
Yes.
Because they keep playing this clip of me where I talk about the fact that I had a girl eat my ass. And they're like, nigga, you're gay. And I'm like, okay. I guess me doing sexual stuff with a woman is gay. Sure.
Yeah, it is.
Whatever you say.
Well, it is.
I'm super gay for ladies.
It is.
Whatever.
It is. What's not gay is having a whole ass girlfriend, not sleeping with her. That's not gay. That's not gay.
Again. No, I'll demolish you. You know I'll f you up. You know it. I'll make you the fucking sodomite that you really are, you fucking pussy.
How are you gonna do that? Are you gonna wait? No, pause. No, let's take a little moment to dissect that. I will make you the sodomite that you really are. So
let's
that
think.
means,
Let's think. Let's think.
So that means that what you're gonna sodomize him? One, that makes you gay and also a sodomite. That's crazy.
I think he was trying to pull the
Mike Tyson.
Yeah, I think you watched too many clips and you thought
Mike Tyson. I'll fuck you till you.
But we've all seen you shadow box.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. One second. Let's bring it back right there. Edward dude grabbing him from behind.
Let me smell you, brother. My question is, where's his other hand? Okay, carry on. Okay, it's fine. It's cool. It's cool. It's fine. It's okay.
Here we go.
My bad.
No, cuddling. Look, that's not gay. I've been to a lot of concerts. I ain't never been by one of my homies yo. Because like, because he's like in the ear and shit. Like, hey nigga, let me.
Yeah.
He up in there. That's crazy, right?
Calm down, Diddy.
I looked at those pictures.
Calm down, Diddy.
Yo, shout out to Tree of Logic. But I wanted to be open-minded. Doesn't this look like a fucking Levi's commercial? Does this not look like an ad for jeans somehow? I don't know.
Yeah.
Literally never been sitting in like a booth and laid back into another man's lap. And while I'm sorry. Listen. You call me gay all you want for what I do with women. Sure, I don't care. Like, it doesn't bother me. And if you think I'm gay, great. I had no plans of fucking you anyway. So what you think about my sexuality? Chef's kiss.
Whoa. Hold on, guys. He said, if you want to call me gay by what I do with women. So, Fresh, Lord. Myron had a video of Abba saying that he lets women, in but so many words, peg him. No. No, bro. Peg. I beg your pardon, peg. So, and it's funny because you had goofballs in this space that that literally said the same thing. They believe women when women say if a woman does it, it's not gay. It's like, no, bro, if a woman does it, it's still gay. But I mean, do what you gotta do. Hey, look, if it's your girlfriend, I guess, or if it's your wife, I guess. I mean, it's not, it's really none of my business. For real. It's really none of my business. But damn well, Three, you can't really talk to your homies about that shit. I'd say that. If you can't go around a bunch of your boys and be like, hey man, do y'all let y'all lady whoop de whoop the wop de wop and think you're not gonna get a certain response? hey, you know who you can go around with that, and who not to go around with. So you know, I'm not gonna say unfortunately, but men do feel shame. Men do feel shame. So, give me 1 second, guys. Men absolutely feel shame. So, you know, a lot of these guys know what's up. A lot of these guys know what's up. So, hey, I guess that's how they do it in Canada, man.
Their channel went up, and we can show you guys the Social Blade stats if you guys want to see. When this beef started, I showed you guys the numbers. They were getting 10K followers per.
So he's saying that we needed him to grow, but if you just look at the own evidence that he posted, this guy's maybe, I don't know, shout out, at least he posted the real thing. You can just see that we're growing the whole time, and we keep growing.
Social Blade ain't accurate at all.
200 total million views. We hit that in January before that, and then we just kept climbing afterwards. Did that initial part of the beef give us a spike? Sure, but we were growing the whole time. Myron to me is a pay pig. You know what those are? You know what like those sex workers call a dude and they're like, hey, you f***ing loser, go into your bank account, transfer $3,000 because you're a loser, good for nothing dweeb who would be lucky to be able to sniff my feet after a long day on the elliptical. You understand that? The pay pig is like, I'll make you a sodomite, right? So at the end of the day, that's how I see Myron. Myron, every time I see him, I'm like, hey, you know, free paycheck. Thank you. And I need simps like you to keep making content because it's just free money.
When we get back to Canada, we're going to make 20 more Fresh and Fit videos and pay for another vacation. You know what?
Why did he include that clip?
I know, man. That's stupid. That's such an L.
Hey, that's crazy. This man's stalking my Instagram for those. What did I say here? I didn't move an inch. Fuck all that meat. Halfway price.
Well, look, you know what? I used to think the same way. I draw the line at wife. I just don't want to know about it. But I draw the line at wife because you know certain couples they gotta keep it. You know they gotta keep the flame going. You know whatever that means. You know, but you know I think the whole objective, right, is to not be a loose queen in the streets. You know, don't be no loose queen in the streets. No dude tooted up running around in the street, stuff like that. You know, that's not a good look. But, you know, whatever you do in your bedroom, I guess. You know, I mean, I can't tell you what couples have to do to keep things, you know, fresh or exciting, you know, but me, nah, I'm good. Not the kid, nope.
You think I made 70 plus videos on those Fresh and Fit suckers just to get sucked out of my Fresh and Fit money? My mama need a third condo. Facts. I might actually get her a fourth condo if they get remonetized. Thank you, YouTube.
Then we go to Barbados for what? Coconuts, nigga.
Yo, next trip we should go to Barbados.
Let's go to Barbados.
Let's go interview people who knew Walter Weeks back in the day. You know how many people from Barbados have contacted us about these guys?
Yeah, about the time you farted in that class.
And then, anyways.
Barbados. Yeah, that would be the best vacation, bro.
If you guys want to go ahead and keep watching Anus and Reach, please.
All right, that was the end of that segment. So that's the whole thing. You know, Myron crying the whole time. As far as what I think about it, I don't really have much thoughts. You know, people are like, "Oh, Abba, you guys are obsessed." Sure, whatever, man. Same way like people are like, "Abba, you're gay." I'm like, sure, whatever you say. Honestly, he's just a pay pig. I like to make fun of him because it's just easy. Anything else?
Don DeMarco.
You know what I love thinking about?
What?
I just imagine this guy in his room practicing his speeches and be like, "Oh, you fucking losers now."
What speech? We are better. This speech?
Yeah,
of course. By next year, we'll lap you, crickets.
Like, think about it. We make a video on this guy, and this is how he gets.
College, and I was waking up every fucking morning at 5 o'clock. I didn't feel like it. Felt like shit. Dizziness because I had to run 7 miles, rowing all the time, going to the gym, etc. Training 3, 4, 5 times a fucking day for hours on end. I was like, God damn, this sucks. But I thank God that I went through it. It gives you the confidence.
I mean, some of these guys, they get bullied or have gotten bullied, you know, and a lot of these guys are late bloomers, you know. And it's funny because on the internet, you got a lot of geeks bullying other geeks. Like, you got a lot of nerds that would have gotten bullied trying to bully other nerds. You know what I'm saying? In on the internet. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, gone are the days where people knew their damn place. You got a lot of street cats talking about some, I ain't an internet nigga. And they got a whole podcast on the internet. Amazing.
It gives you the backbone. You're able to stand there on your 2 feet, 10 toes down and say what the fuck you want to say because you've been through more than other motherfuckers. A lot of you guys have not suffered enough and you wonder why no one respects you because you're a bitch. You're a bitch. You're sitting in this chest like, well, yeah, just network with millionaires. I don't know if we're going to make it. Oh, now everyone's going to become a millionaire. You're a pussy. What the fuck is wrong with you? If you suffered enough, no one will stop you from getting it. Okay? You're going to have the mindset that I have. I will not lose these two.
And this is what I said too. And look, shout outs to Fresh, shout outs to Abba and Preach. But this is what I've said also. Fresh is like quiet. You know, Fresh is like a quiet guy. Myron is probably quiet also. But again, when you put both guys together, the less outspoken one is going to be quiet. And even if Myron is a quiet guy, he's going to end up talking more, which is just going to, you know, give him the leadership position if they were to do like a podcast or a show or something with each other. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, that's kind of how that, you know, plays out. But like I said also, it doesn't make somebody less socially awkward. But if they are socially awkward, you know, people can see it clear as day. But let's go.
Voices in Canada try to destroy us. Guess what happens? We became even stronger from that shit. I'm like, say it. You hit me, I lived through the battle, and I get stronger after the fact. Now, we're #1 men's podcast in the world. Those two clowns tried to destroy us, and they failed. I want your opponents to fear you. Have the fear of God. If I ever run into this motherfucker, he's going to beat the shit out of me. That's what I want, because you have the fierce tenacity that no one can fucking...
His voice broke. That no, I...
Again!
That voice crack betrayed him. God damn. He was kind of consistent. That voice crack when like, nah, you a bitch.
Podcast in the world. Those two clowns tried to destroy us, and they failed. I want your opponents to fear you. Have the fear of God. If I ever run into this motherfucker, he's going to beat the shit out of me. That's what I want, because you have the fierce tenacity that no one can fucking... men's podcast in the world.
Yo, the mic picks up everything too.
Those two clowns tried to destroy us, and they failed. I want your opponents to fear you. Have the fear of God. If I ever run into this motherfucker, he's going to beat the shit out of me. That's what I want, because you have the fierce tenacity that no one can fucking... Again!
That voice crack betrayed him. God damn. He was kind of consistent. That voice crack when like, nah, you a bitch.
It's hard to watch.
Yeah, I know. I wish I could get like this passionate about this shit, but I just don't care enough. You know, like, I don't know. I don't have this like feeling that he has. So whenever he's like, Abba, box me, I'm like, give me a reason. Like, you haven't given me a reason to. Like, you care about me. I don't care enough about you to do it. So when you give me a reason and, you know, give me some sense of motivation to do it, then I might indulge. Anything else?
I like training, so.
You're just looking for an excuse, a little sparring partner?
Sparring is fun.
Yeah. I find this dude just kind of repetitive, a little bit dull.
Oh, repetitive? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I mean, like, I wish I could say something new, but it's just like...
It's nothing new. It's the same thing over and over and over again.
Shout out to whoever did his hair transplant, though. Holy shit. That hairline, like, he said, make me Indian and just push that shit up to, like, he had the East African going back, and he's just... And now you got a proceeding hairline. And it's just...
A proceeding.
And it's just moving forward. Just encroaching on his eyebrows. All right. Let's move on from this topic.
All right. I gotta wait till party. A lot of people sleep right now. I gotta wait till a couple people show up too. You know, and shout outs to Link. Bro, Tariq is getting roasted. And I hate to say I kind of called it because I like Flex, but god damn. He is getting roasted. And he is like backtracking on the rights of FBA. He just the other day said that if you're a Black American, you're foundational American. You're not a tether and all this other stuff. Like I told you all this shit was gonna happen. I just let it ride, you know. He went in on some Aboriginal Americans and stuff like that. Like at this point, I'm starting to get confused as to what is what and who is who. And I don't think it got anything to do with like the FBI or no type of investigation or anything like that. But I will say, I guess he had to move the goalpost because some people probably found out that they wasn't as foundational Black as thought. Somebody close to him, or maybe him, or maybe somebody that really rides with the movement, and then they heard his definition of it, and they were like, "Oh, well, my definition of it was this." You know, the thing is that when you start to include too much niggas, what would happen? Like what they said he did to Yvette Carnell, which I don't think he did. Because, people are saying, well, Tariq stole it from Yvette, which he didn't. Yvette Carnell actually stole it from another man from Memphis. Ados is what I'm talking about. Because they try to say that it's a spinoff from Ados. I guess he had to slow it down so that what they claim that he did to her won't happen to him. If you don't include certain people, then people are gonna kind of take your movement or usurp people from your movement and I guess copyright it or take you to court or siphon it from you. You know what I'm saying? Take it from you. And then play a lot of those Hotep, FBA guys, shout outs to War Master. War Master said they're foolish Black Americans, which is funny. A lot of those people are disloyal. So you make one definition or you say one little thing that they, or you make one little remark You make one that doesn't fit with their narrative, they on the other side throwing bombs at you quicker than you can say Jello. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, that's always been the black community. You know, if you say something or you're wrong about something or you go in, yeah. You know, that's always been the black community. And then also too, if that's the case, right, with the FBA thing, that's even worse because it means your quote unquote FBA brother, you know what I'm saying, is the one that's doing you in. You know, somebody that's the same ethnicity. You know what I'm saying, and you know, same cause and everything. Out of all people, them the ones that do you in. You know what I'm saying? Look at how Lord Jumar was telling Godfrey, "Hey man, you know we not effing with Vlad, and Vlad disrespected our people, and you better leave Vlad alone, because he gonna expose y'all for being a tether, and he gonna turn on you, and he doesn't mean well by our people." And then I went all the way back to Vlad. Hell, even Tariq Nasheed went back to Vlad. At one point, Tariq said he wasn't gonna work with Vlad anymore. You know, even back in the day with the whole Tommy Sotomayor thing. So it's like, bruh, you know, it's like, dog, that shit the whole fucking mess. You know, and then I'm wondering why I really don't. I'm pretty sure he said something about it, or probably got some of them over on the House of Consciousness, because Tariq used to be real cool with them. You know, but why hasn't Tazariak said something? You know, the old boy was just going in on Tariq because he was like, "Oh well, you know, if you're gonna go in on these people, why didn't you go in on Captain Tazariak?" And it's like, damn, that's kind of true. And like I played on the other show, you got women doing this and guys acting like this doesn't exist. But let's take a listen to this. You can hear the fat in her voice. You can hear the girth in her voice. We don't want to change their mind. She even cut off another sister that was about to... Imagine cutting somebody off that was going to say something stupid also. Imagine you about to say something stupid and you cut somebody off just to say something even more egregious and stupid. Look like we got to do... and we got our work cut out for us today. Everybody's talking. People that don't even know her, not even really from the space, is doing shows saying that Cynthia G, right? Cynthia G is talking about black men laughing because the food stamps got cut off and all this other stuff, as if there isn't any black men on food stamps. That's the funny part. So I might go see what the hell she said. If you guys got a video, let me know. I'll give you credit and play that. But black men are on food stamps also. Go look at Jay Prince. You know, I saw a sister already. They said the stores are empty, which I told y'all, like the news people are in bed with the grocery stores. The in general is in bed with the grocery stores. There was this woman that already got pepper sprayed, and they had to dump a bunch of milk so she could try to see again. But she, you know, women are already getting pepper sprayed in these stores and escorted out for trying to steal, you know, hundreds and thousands of dollars worth of stuff, you know? Because, you know, if you start stealing, you know, you're not just going to steal shit that's on the fucking SNAP or EBT list. You know, you're not going to steal something within the EBT list and then say, hey, print me out a receipt. And then when the benefits come on, I'm going to just, you know, y'all can just draft it from my account or some shit. You know, you're not about to do no shit like that. Your dumb ass about to be stealing fruit roll-ups, lobster, and just shit that don't even make A1 sauce. You know, so it's a greed thing. It's a greed thing. You know, that shit is about greed. And it's sad. You know, it's fucking sad. Women are getting tased already and pepper sprayed. So I might want to check out what Cynthia G said. If you guys got any info on it, let me know. You know, I thought her words were irrelevant at this point, but let's go. She looked like the Grinch that stole Christmas. The black woman asking for a group of white men to exterminate black men. A black woman sitting in these spaces openly asking for white men to exterminate black men. The mammy talking to the slave masters. Oh, Mr. John got loose in the yard. You need to go out there and check. That these guys date white boys, but they sitting up here calling for termination. And it's funny because the white boys just sit back and laugh. stuck in the 60s, stuck in the 20s.